pula kepada hari yang kelima membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner chicken di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuatlah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih, tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah, supaya dapat bonus point yang tinggi. So, overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้แล้วหน่อยนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami, #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up reservation chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome to the PMPL 2022 SEA League. I'm Tajmani, your caster, alone today. But it's okay because we're going to be having a great day. Because today would not be possible because of our smartphone partner. We have Realme, the world's fastest growing smartphone brand, introduces its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3. So what do you need to know about the GT Neo 3? Well, you need to know that it has the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset, which makes playing PUBG Mobile an absolute breeze. On top of that, guys, if you guys are watching us on YouTube and Facebook, we also have another one, a live streaming partner, TikTok. Hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge, and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, which is PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and last but definitely not least, PUBG Mobile Esports PH. And also, guys, for a great Friday night, not only do you have to stay indoors and watch PUBG Mobile or the PMPL SEA League, you must also be ordering some food inside. So, official food delivery partner, Grab Food. 50% off Grab Food Order promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. So what are you guys going to be ordering tonight? Because for me, I'm going to be ordering a coffee because I'm out here about to give you guys some insane copium casting solo. Hopefully not. And of course, we also want to have some popcorn, maybe some rice for dinner as well because, you know, it's only $5.50. Maybe some tea, maybe a croissant. Regardless though, today is going to be a really good day because today is the final day before we head into the weekend. And this is a very, very exciting thing. We've seen Malaysia kind of rise up in the ranks in the beginning of the week, but then we see the rise of Indonesia as they shoot up to the top. We're talking about GIDS, and we're also talking about Alter Ego. But let's not forget, our Thai counterparts are also giving us a really good game. Don't forget about VP Esports. And of course, Vietnam as well with ShineLikeDiamond. Now, as we go into the final day, I mean, day one was a little bit slow as well as the beginning of yesterday, but the games have started to speed up. And this is a very interesting phenomenon, I believe, because if you think about it, a more fast or interesting game equals it to a lot more competitive situations. In a lot of situations, though, for this week, we've noticed a little bit more of a very skewed flight path or very skewed circles. But let's put that aside because now let's talk a little bit about the schedule for today. And if you don't know, we had the SEA Championship Fall League happening before, which you had 5 matches a day from the 16th, from the 28th of September coming into the 16th of October, which is happening now. And then after that, the top 16 will continue from the 23rd of October to the 21st, going into the SEA Championship Fall Finals, which is 6 matches per day. And then finally, out of that, only 5 will remain as they go into the 2022 PUBG Mobile World Championship. And now for the overview here, we also have a point system going on here where the first place will give themselves 15 points. And that's a chicken dinner point for you guys. Of course, you have to remember elimination points are also equally as useful. I mean, we see teams such as Vampire Esports, Infinity, as well as Geek Fam getting those elimination points and looking real good. Regardless, we have a $200,000 US prize pool waiting for you guys in the ranks as well, and it's gonna look really awesome. Don't forget, guys, you also have our bonus points here. Weekly points are given for each weekly ranking, and the first one getting 20 points. We also have league bonus, total bonus, as well as initial points as well, which means that regardless of when you guys play or what you do, every choice you make matters, because you can't just say, oh, this week I can take it easy, I can catch up. No! Bonuses are here, and you guys have to do something about it. So because of that, guys, if you do manage to get first place for that week, you get an extra 20 points. If you guys get 20th place, you only get 1 singular point. And is that enough to propel you forward? But for now, guys, we also have Contra with me right now. I'm really excited because I'm no longer alone!
Of course, I'm excited as well for you and for everybody out there. To apologize for leaving you hanging for a little bit, but rest assured, we're going to have a smooth sailing ride for the entirety of the run. But of course, with that being said, we've already seen so many of all these great teams that have been able to compete. And once again, let's take a look at the groups that we have. In Group A, we got the Savior that has been able to dominate and find their momentum once again to lead their way into the weekend. In Group B, Infinity are now being on the top of the table.
Of course, guys, don't forget that we're going to look at 2C. We have Group C, we have 2E, FaZe, NFT 79, GIDS looking really good yesterday, as well as DVD. Box Esports still finding their momentum, and VPE doing VPE things, coming so very close yesterday. Regardless, on Group E, you have Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, and SLD showing everyone the Cinderella story, the underdog story, showing them that even though they're new, they're not to be trifled with.
That's right. Let's take a look at the overall rankings that we have after 3 days of play, or should I just say 2 days of play, as Infinity are getting nearer into the 100-point bracket, and GID, they're at 88. They should be able to chase upon the Thai Titans over the top, alongside with Alter Ego at 3rd place, DX on 4th, and FaZe Clan to make up the top 5. Both DX as well as FaZe currently tied. We'll see how the race goes.
For now, if you look at some of the teams here as well, like TEM, I think they had a really good run yesterday. One single chicken dinner just blasted them all the way to 6th place. Geek Fam from 1st place dropping all the way to 7th. This is more showing about their aggression kind of overheating, showing us that sometimes too much aggression might not be a good thing. Buriram United still on 8th place, playing it very slow and steady wins the race, and I think it's a very, very good mindset to have. But let's have a recap of yesterday, where I feel like in terms of Infinity, they finally found that middle ground between too aggressive and survivability.
And on top of that, they've managed to go in for very early pickings as well, that they have been able to close up every round with an average of, at the very least, 8 takedowns per game, and it has led them to be able to find all the necessary points to get into the top of the bracket to challenge against GIDS. And in some of these instances, especially in Erangel matches, we have seen them close it out in such a great way that they play it very tactically, including in matches in Miramar that they've been able to do so as well. But speaking of Miramar, FaZe Clan has done it the best.
I think for FaZe Clan yesterday, I would say that it's not one of their best showings. It's not like it's bad or anything, it's just more of the other teams playing it too aggressive to the point that they're not able to execute the usual way that they play. It's really hard in those situations, especially when we saw the map where we saw the ending being an urban ending, an urban warfare area. So because there's so many crossfires happening, so many different areas to watch out for, it's hard to execute most of these strats most of the teams actually have. Regardless, for now, the teams to look out for Sanhok, which is our first map for today, is going to be GIDS. And we've seen their performance. They found that their aggression is a very interesting aggression. It's long range, it's the third party range, and stealing as many kills as possible, as opposed to, is very, I would say, contradicting or contrasting to Infinity, who like to go race straight in your face and just like take you out.
That's right, and that's the very reason why most of all these players of Thailand have the similar approach where they like to take fights head on. Tony K has been the one to deal the most amount of damage currently, but Nusa has 2 titles under his belt with not only the most elimination points currently sitting at 70, but also on top of that, 22 assists. This guy, he's a do-it-all, right? Like, feels like if you have
a man of many hats,
even 2 Nusas in one team,
yeah,
like if you clone him just 2 units, like you're all set.
Oh man, all you need is just 2 players or 4. But let's have a look at the matches for today, starting off with Sanhok, then Miramar, Erangel. So I can see which groups are playing, and honestly at first I thought that the shift in groups would dictate a very different sort of play style or a different sort of flow for each game. I don't think so. It feels like a lot of these teams have very similar mindsets or a similar approach onto how they want to approach the game. So we're not really having a lot of slow maps except for Sanhok, which was what we saw yesterday. It's very contrasting to day 1, but I think today might be another day that everything's going to change once again, because this is day 3 of week number 2, which means that a lot of teams have had time to prepare, change up how they play, and one of those teams that we've seen the most contrasting change has been team, I think it was ShineLikeDiamond, Geek Fam, as well as Infinity.
That's right, and overall, when we look at the groups that are playing inside Sanhok, I believe that there's still very high firepower that has to be offered by the squads that are going to be involved in this matchup. So, of course, we do look forward to see if there's going to be any sort of changes necessary. But for those of you guys out here that have been playing PUBG Mobile for a while, you might have noticed that there is a brand new update that has included the brand new map, Nusa, where you can experience the new tactical crossbow in this matchup.
I'm really liking this new map. It's been a while since we actually had a new map, and seeing a new one brings so much joy to me, which means that not only are we getting something fresh, something new, a different approach to how you play the game, and of course you have the tactical crossbow, which means that you have a different way of using weapons. Other than the usual spray and pray or the usual snipe, there's also another way of shooting. But also, for now, we have the Clairvoyant Fox set as well as a Midas Fortune set. If you guys are into something a little bit more classy, opera-y, I would say something lavish and luxurious, this would be the one for you. This is the new Royale Pass, which is available right now in the game.
And you know, if this does not entice you, I'm pretty sure the next set will do so. And I believe you and I will agree on this, because upcoming on your screen next is also something that...
It's a really, really cool set. It's the ultimate set!
Exactly. And of course, that's the Spectral Swan and Cosmic Inquisitor set. Whether if you're usually using a female character or a male character, it will look great regardless. And yep, we see a little bit more of an astral team going on and something more mystical in such a way, but still futuristic.
I'm really liking the detailing. I think a lot of these skins, especially the ultimate ones, have so much detailing, which looks really good. But you know what else is really good? Our PMCC 2022 hashtag one squad, one goal. This is for you guys over there on campus, in college or university. I am so jealous of you guys. You guys can register for this. It's a tournament for you guys in campus, where it's a 40,800 ringgit cash prize to be won. So this is the last chance that you can sign up for this and, I don't know, get a slice of that prize money and hopefully get picked up for a pro team, maybe.
That's right, and it all starts from here, so make sure you scan that QR code if you really want to get your hands on not only the prize money, but a chance to be a pro player. But other than that, we still have speed to offer you. With true speed comes real attitude. This is the first original PUBG mobile sports car with the help of Vasilius. You can look as great as you can, and you know, so you can pick up not only your friends but even more chicks on the board.
I mean, I've heard of stories that people found their true love in PUBG Mobile lobbies. So maybe it can be an icebreaker for you guys. Like, hey, I have a Vasilius car in PUBG Mobile. Do you wanna duel with me by any chance?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like they'll be enjoying the ride alongside with it. So speaking of the ride here, it's still a long ride for all the 20 teams, and of course week 2, some teams are still finding it to be really hard to get all the way up there. But I want to know about your prediction, Tash, heading into game 1.
Well, for me, I'm going to give it to Geek Fam. They did really well on day number 1. So I don't know about day number 2 though, but you know, I'm still on that copium ride. So hopefully Geek Fam can bring it back again today. I think they're okay when it comes to the aggression. I think aggression is honestly the best way to go about Sanhok. I mean, yes, Bacon Time did show us that there is the healing game that you can do, healing all the way up to 2nd place. But honestly, why play healing when you can go aggressive and get as many kills as you want and get 30 points?
Exactly. Same could be said about Infinity. They usually don't send any members outside of the play zone, and I thought that the Infinity have already had that formula going in for them. Sure, yesterday we looked back into the Sanhok round. It was won by the Savior, where they didn't really have to move much from Quarry. But if it's going to be anywhere else, I feel like Infinity have always been able to find a mark, tracing into many of all these great areas, fighting from the outskirts, or even playing from the middle. They can do it all. So Sanhok definitely will be interesting for this first match of day 3.
It's reminding me of the first time I casted for a Sanhok map, and I was telling Jay, like, the circle went to Quarry, and he was like, no, don't go to Quarry. And at first I didn't really understand, but as time went by, I get it, you know, like the Xavier, great positioning because they were there early, and the rest, they couldn't get that positioning. So now, if we move into a different area, perhaps positioning shouldn't be as much as a problem as it would be for the Quarry. Regardless, if you could find the best place for the circle to go, where do you want it to go?
Best place to go? I don't think there's ever a place that is best for everybody.
I want the circle to go on Paradise. Boot camp. You want to go boot camp?
I think boot camp is interesting because it gives a little bit more cover for those who are already inbound. Those on the outskirts will have to crack the code, whether if you play from the hills or even on the swamp side, they just have to find their way out. And speaking of which, here we go as we get ourselves ready for first match of the day.
I think boot camp circles, we've seen it. It's a very tactical place. If it were me, I want it to be Paradise.
Paradise Resort is also a really good option.
It is, but because of the CQC probability that could happen, because it's a big building, and in that situation, everyone has to get a room with each other, right? But you're forced to be roommates. You hate each other, so you take the shotgun and you just start blasting heads.
You know, hate is a strong word, but I do agree, like, when you go into matches, like, you gotta treat everybody like your enemy. But for most part, many of all these players have met each other in real life, whether they're coming from different nations all together. And what I really do love about PUBG Mobile is that it brings everybody all together. Now inside of Sanhok, of course, we're going to be looking very closely at a couple of teams that are currently sitting on top of the table. Of course, namely Infinity, GD, and a few more. But speaking of which, some of these teams may not be participating in the Sanhok match, so that will give a little bit more leverage for teams like Infinity to set the bar even higher. SLD, the team that have been able to find their first chicken dinner on yesterday's run inside of Miramar, has an impeccable record, especially on Kwang, was been able to not only provide great assistance to the team, but their approach of that 2-2 split have always been able to pull them into great standings. Currently, they are sitting at number 8. If they do land another chicken dinner, they can even match up to the Infinity.
You see their Tiger now in trouble. Very low HP. But you did see that 4 Rivals does get knocked. This is looking very scary for 4 Rivals when you think about it. I mean, when you think about positioning for 4 Rivals, coming at the bottom side here, they're not truly at the bottom.
Voki as well.
Yeah, Voki already knocked as well. This is a very scary situation with Bamburu already lobbied and Voki already knocked. They need to get the numbers. I mean, if you look at Geek Fam before on map number 1, they have managed to get a 3-man chicken dinner. It's not impossible, but it is pretty rough. And seeing their performance, it's a pretty tall order.
And with the early altercations that's going on, multiple teams are starting to lose more and more of their members.
Those early picks, huh?
Exactly. And Voki was trying to run away from the initial firing squad of Buriram United, and quickly as he turns, gets spotted out by the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Infinity loses Logan, so they don't really have too huge of a support system in terms of firepower, and usually with one of the members carrying all this utility. Infinity just have to play it a little bit slower as compared to usual. Meanwhile, TEM was the biggest winner of yesterday's run inside of Erangel.
Oh, there's
there we go.
Lycan.
With some quick taps onto Capone, brings one member of BN United
Look
down.
at how fast they're reacting to their information. One gets knocked, immediately they rush forward, but they don't know that for BN, they love having these long-range support, especially from Max. It's going to be Toby K to come out on top, finding Capone.
And Tony would always be able to land a finishing shot.
So of course it's Tony. Tony is the brand name. I mean, like, I want to say Tony and friends, but not really, because his friends have been enabling him so well. It's allowing him to do this hero work.
FaZe Clan have always been able to play so aggressively in all these smaller maps.
I wish that I had friends who would support me in my dreams that way, you know? Like, get me a team that Tony K has. Will you be my support?
Anytime.
Wow.
Anytime for you, Tash. As I was trying to pull up more information for FaZe Clan, is that not only do they rely on him to basically secure those numbers, you always look at their formation. They have a really interesting formation where instead of going for 2-2 splits for most part, they usually have 3 players up front, 1 at the back, or they could even switch things around depending on the formation where they're moving towards to. So therefore, this sort of play style, when you have FaZe Clan to always have multiple units up at the front, you make the opponents take a priority engagement. Do you want to take the guy on the left, right, or center? And there's always going to be one at the flank. And even if it's just one guy, there's a firing squad at the back. So formation is key, and you can also see why they are already locking onto the members of Buriram United. And Buriram United hasn't been moving all too much with the first circle with high potential moving into the central area.
Honestly, I thought that Tiger would have already been lobbied. He was so close to have been knocked out by FaZe. I'm guessing the revive did happen from his teammates. They got the reset. But this is where this sort of Mexican standoff happens. Because if BRU were to leave the area, they would have got shot at or sniped at. If if FaZe moves, then they lose out on potential movement. So you have to wait for that shift in the circle to kind of like dictate the rest of the story to break that Mexican standoff.
Yeah, as for now, I don't think that Buriram United need to do all too much. Boom Esports.
They want to make a comeback. They want to come back strong for this weekend. All the way at the bottom right now, only 19 points.
That's right. And of course, Boom Esports still not finding themselves anywhere close to a top 5 finish. But the best that we've seen out of Boom Esports is to have them securing at the very least 7 elimination points from one of the maps of yesterday's run.
We thought they
United.
had their we thought they had the comeback, right? Yesterday, that time.
Indeed, and I guess like there's more things that you have to consider in the work. While BN United, they have spotted out FaZe Clan from much early on, and of course BN United, they lost 2. It's not wise of them to challenge FaZe Clan yet again, whereas 7 minutes have passed. We've already lost like 5 players overall. Not too shabby of a start for a majority of them, but same could not be said about 4 Rivals as well as BN United.
It feels like for 4 Rivals, very early, they're so prone to those pick potentials of getting picked off very, very early. It's always in their rotations. And I want to say that it's about the timing or it's about where they drop. But at this point, it comes down to map awareness as well. What exactly are they checking before they cross an area?
Absolutely agree.
So if it's happening too much, you can't really say it's something that's unintentional at that point. It's a mistake that really needs to be fixed.
I think it was on your former point about timing, right? When it comes down to playing around that central area, there's a lot of hills, there's a lot of dips in some of all these terrains as well, where you need to understand, okay, if you're going to cut across this area, it's going to be a little bit more of a prime location where teams are fighting for that hill over on the south side of boot camp. And therefore, every single step you take, you just have to be always on the lookout. And for Rivals, they love to make a quick passage through, and not always you will be able to get through all too safely as compared to, you know, playing back in their home region where they do get maybe a little bit more free access while people are easily looting up. While Bacon Time is a team that doesn't seem like they are having the poorest of performance, but we have yet to see them secure big chicken dinners as they used to be.
I think for Bacon Time, like what goes on in their mind is their objective has always been that placement point. And it's something that I noticed from them is that they don't go aggressive when they don't have to. You can tell that they're very selective about when they want to actually go and crash an area and take the compound. When exactly they want to go in all-out warfare. And I think how they play is very similar to Buriram United. Very tactical retreats, play healing when we have to. And I don't think it's a bad thing. They managed to heal themselves up all the way to second place. But at some point, you also have to question, like, are we missing out on all these free elimination points?
Yeah, and on top of that, I feel like this week's playstyle coming in from Bacon Time is a little bit more individualistic.
Yeah.
Whereas you compare to teams like TEM, you know that they always work in tandem. Like, whether it's a 2-2 split going on, whether it's all 4 together, it has worked out so well. And after that chicken dinner yesterday, now they're in the top 5. Before that, they were also in similar standings as compared to Bacon Time. Now, with Circle all shifting into a new planes, it will eventually move in towards the southern corners, right across Painan, Tambang, as well as Ruin. So, good news for Geek Fam, Bacon Time, as well as NFT. They'll be the ones to gate everybody else from making their approach forward.
I'm having a feeling that the circle would be toward the northern side of the southern island. That's what it looks like right now. I wouldn't say it's a very usual thing to happen, since for some reason this past 2-3 seasons has always been on the smaller island on top side or the main island. Regardless, it's always nice to have a different island altogether. And one thing that's really tough about Sanhok is trying to figure out where exactly the circle is going to go toward which island. That shift is just so rough, especially as you have 3 breaks in the island with the water. So for Geek Fam, I feel like Geek Fam is a very interesting team in terms of how they play. Very good spirits. They're always eager to try out something new. And I'm really liking the aggression for them. But sometimes they're also very prone to that overheat, especially as you go into a new map and then they start really, really aggressive early, and I can tell already, like, oh, okay, that is definitely an overheat.
To add up to the aggression, now they found themselves a care package with AWM. I think this really supplements Snipes a whole lot more.
Oh, yeah. It's perfect for him.
Yep, exactly that. And we're already seeing an altercation going on. Over on the top side, Pombi already getting tagged. Sem9 dropping a few grenades. Putra always leads the charge. But there's more coming from the back, though. And instead, it's Boom Esports that will be able to find one. Octa is tagging in from behind. And not that they've been able to even see the whereabouts of Boom Esports.
That is a very long-range shot by Yuhai. I am really happy to know that Sem9 have an idea that they're being watched from two different angles. But this is very scary for them. It feels like Sem9 is always a team that seems to be sandwiched between two different teams. And in this case, it's going to be Alter Ego and Geek Fam. FaZe as well from the other side, not too far. So it is possible for them to get... Oh, actually, it's BN United. Regardless, that's one free point stolen away by Geek Fam. They're going to be very pleased with themselves because they do thrive on these long ranges. And it also feels like Geek Fam is learning from a lot of the teams. You notice that they're starting to do more long range instead of getting too close. And this is something that's, I think that they kind of like picked up from FaZe as well. So in a way, they're kind of implementing like these kind of learning situations where you play in a league for long enough, you see something that you like, and implementing it into your own gameplay or game style and making your own has always been one of my favorite things about seeing the growth of teams during a league.
Indeed, and of course, they can only continue to thrive and grow where teams are making their passage into the southwestern corners of the map. Appy now will have Rebel Boy rushing towards his compound. He's got the QBZ ready to go, and Rebel Boy got the DBS in hand. Let's see whether or not will he be ready. I believe that he's already heard those movements and therefore flushes him out. But that Molotov has already blocked him from moving forward.
That's not good.
Yeah, doesn't seem like his game plan is working out. That grenade will blast the door wide open. Repo got to prepare for the second blast. Oh, Appy soaks in the damage. 3 more smokes grenade on the hand, but that's not what he need. No time to even heal up. The rest of Yoodo Alliance have arrived to the scene, and that might just be days numbered for Rival.
Oh man, Adit will get knocked down here, but here comes Shamil from the backside. Adit will go down, but not before he gets one for himself. So I can say like, if I go down, you go down too. Not a horrible way to go, I would say. But for this particular circle, I think the biggest issue for lots of the teams... Okay, never mind. I was going to say that it's going to be kind of like trying to figure out whether it's going to go toward the main island or the lower southern side. But now that it's going toward the ruin side, problem now is whether or not it's going to become a bridge circle.
Well, I don't think that is going to go over on the bridge. When you look at the areas of play, there's about 50% of water covering into the whereabouts. So most likely it will end up in the areas of ruins. And it's also great that the final member of 4 Rivals have been able to go in for a singular exchange, bring at the very least 1 point back, despite being the first team to bow out in this run inside of Sanhok. The Ego Esports have not really make any drastic measures towards their approach. And just look at this hill, 4 teams just being all around the corner. And yeah, they're just taking their sweet time. They only got 30 seconds to move. And perhaps these teams are just hoping to rely on the resource of the first aid kit to get by eventually.
It's going to be really hard when the circle shifts toward the left side and you want to cross. DX is smart. You know how fast they can move, and they are legging it. They are not leaving anything up to chance, but here comes NFT. Batman already knocked out here by the other team. Boysil on the other side throws out that nade. Will it actually hit? I don't think so, but he's going to get blasted back in return. Smap waiting in the corner here, but here comes the rush of the vehicle. Going to take one down, going to play ring around the Rosie. Does eventually bring him down. as there's one more. They're trying to find a situation where you can get the revive and the bait as well, but not before that really, really high range shot from the top side, getting NFT 0 points and sending them back to the lobby at 15th place.
Clean work coming in from the rest of SLD though. And with Kwang being knocked down, they thought like, hey, there is a little bit more chance for them to hold on. But once again, pushing up the top side of the hill, NFT didn't really have the optimal angles. And I was really surprised that NFT did not manage their resources well. Some of all these grenades, smokes were not basically utilized at all. Yoodo Alliance walks into a trap set by Buriram United. Now it's 1v1, Rebel Boy goes down, and Tiger brings out the DBS to secure the kill. Yoodo Alliance, though they had 3 earlier on, it's only 2 members left for them to play out. They do have 1 minute to get into the circle. It's Shamil. They want to pry open the can of worms against Buriram United. Tiger still overlooking from the hills on the sniper's nest. Shamil's now stuck by a tree.
And in
Hope
the
he has
blue
smokes
zone.
to get by.
Yep, and in the blue zone as well. Regardless, this is all just pick-off potentials. Look at Sem9, 3 gone. We noticed that it was 1 gone at first and then another 2. Same goes for Baonam, same for Yoodo Alliance and BRU. It's a situation that you don't want to be in because, I mean, not getting wiped out is always a good thing. But at the same time, as you go toward the last circle, this is where firepower and manpower really matters. Now for DX, just now we saw them quickly reposition straight into the circle. I think that's one of my favorite things about DX is that they waste no time about trying to get into the circle. They see it move, immediately they're just gonna leg out. Regardless, look at how many teams are oh my god.
Looks like you're absolutely correct.
I can't believe it. I'm cursed, yo. I am so cursed.
Well, I guess this is a really difficult scenario for everybody else. But the good news for Potato, he's the only one over on the northern side. Depp, the only player out of Sem9 trying to survive by the bridge, but all the attention is brought forward to the Tigers. But honestly, how do they even play this? This is something that we don't see every day. And I guess you got what you wanted, that 1%er of luck. You're already using it.
I'm oddly lucky today. It happened today. I was playing some rock, paper, scissors in the game. Apparently, it's very rare to win, and I've been winning that. But speaking of that, it's going to Lycan winning against BRU. BRU in a tough pickle right now. Lycan nearly gets knocked out here. As we do have Tiger rushing up forward. He needs to rush and get those kills before he can revive his teammates. Tony K going... He didn't go down, actually. Oh, he did go down, but it's going to be easily picked up here. MR5 ready to back up his teammates. Lamborghini throwing a lot of bullets to the side of FaZe, but the fire back is really tough on him.
Indeed. And FaZe Clan currently surrounded by multiple teams. Across the ruin section, there is bound to be multiple battles that will be happening from here on. Geek Fam finding it hard to defend their hometown. It's going to be Octa yet again. This time he finds 2 of the Savior, and he will secure a kill immediately. And take a look at Lambo and how aggressive he goes. Still seeking out members of the side of the FaZe Clan. Instead, Frankie gets shot. So Lambo, he runs for his life. There's not much time to book out. Only 1 minute left for everybody else. FaZe Clan now secures 5 total points in the skirmishes, but they're having their backs against the blue zone. You could even say against the wall if you will. And Lambo, he finally gets one as he sees MR5 running in the smoke.
And cooking up that nade, eating up too much damage right now. Lamborghini is just taking advantage of that blue zone. Lycan eventually does go down, but so does Lamborghini. Rabbiz is just trying his best to get the reset. Throws out that smoke just to give some breathing space. But as for Lycan, I don't think they'll be able to pick him up because it's going to be Ventures and Tony K all alone. Rabbiz, he's in the front there, but look at Yummy. He is trying his best to put as many shots as possible out, but his teammates already knocked. It's a bit of a tough situation here. But as for FaZe, they're just like, okay, we have a vehicle, we can just quickly leg it inside. But Ventures, you're running straight into Boom Esports, but Yoodo Alliance is probably dominating.
Oh boy, he still will be trailed by all these flurry of bullets sent towards him. Octa just have everything going well for him, though it was just a few elimination points. But Boom Esports this time have one of the best runs possible. 4 elimination points to book out, and they are nearest to where they need to be on that circle. Let's see if it does skew back down towards the south side where the majority of the players are. But take a look at this. It's only Boom Esports as well. Sem9 that gets the circle, and everybody else will have to sink or swim.
This is really terrifying because it looks as though everyone, like us, was predicting the circle would be at the southern island, not the top side. This ping pong circle's trend seems to be going on since yesterday, but look at the damage coming in from Damroot. Nearly knocking out a player from 2E, and Damroot is just not done. He sees any player, he doesn't care. He's going to be shooting. He doesn't care if he's taking 3 or 4 different teams at the same time, so long as he can get those points. And I think it's really great for them to have this mindset. But Sozip will be the one to fire back. Gets 1 knock. Will he get 2? Micah fires back. Sozip nearly falls down there. And I think it's going to be no problem to get the resets. But you do notice there's one team right beside them. It's going to be 2E.
Ego Esports still having 2 members left, though. They are all by the blue zone, and everybody else just once again is cracking their heads, trying to figure out, is there any other way into this mess? I believe that the ones with the first 8 kids will be able to at least buy a little bit more time for their own team. Yuhai gets 1 out of bacon time, and Geek Fam, they should be able to gatekeep some of all the other players, though they are in the blue themselves. Octa again and again, they will wipe out the rest of the Saber.
Noisy, very, very aggressive, does find Bevy. There's one more insight to worry about. Regardless, TEM taking their time playing ring around Rosie, and they still get Noisy in return. This is great for him, but his HP is quickly depleting. He needs to heal as fast as he can. Mormon on the other side as well. But for now, look at Damroot. His aggression comes through. He does get 1, but they are eventually going down first. Not a great situation as Geek Fam, 8 eliminations, but 10th place.
And it's not too shabby after all with 8 elimination points, but the final knock, that point will not be counted in because he got taken out first.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's all that they could possibly get. Alter Ego managed to swim across, though. Now they are under the bridge, and I think this is possibly the best play that they could come up with. Alter Ego, so long as they hold out well, they should be able to get the chicken dinner. They're already keeping an eye close onto Octa of Boom Esports. Boom. They only got 2 players on the other corner. Couldn't seek out the other 2 players out of Boom. Seems like Yummy's hiding over the back of the tree, and that will have the rest of Alter Ego hiding in plain sight.
I really like where Yummy is positioned. I think it's great. You can see only 2 players. You have no clue that someone is going to be on the other side just to kind of backstab you. But this depths area is the best, though. You would never suspect there's someone inside here. I mean, maybe.
He's probably going to expose himself eventually.
He's taking a nap.
He's slightly on the edge of the circle, so eventually he needs to go out.
I mean,
there's not much time.
Wait, do you see how many band-aids or medkits does he have? I want to make sure. I want to try to find out how many he has there. But survivability-wise, Setline is actually really, really surprising me. This change in mindset just to survive is really, really good.
That's right, and now with only 2 teams with the most numbers out there, it's Alter Ego versus Boom that dictates who gets that chicken dinner. Whereas 2 of the teams are already killing from the outskirts already. Let's see whether or not can Dev basically turn this one around. Yummy on the hunt. You know that they're going to be right underneath the bridge, and they will be able to find one. Fnatic goes out first, and my goodness, the massive clip potato in the smoke.
Look at where. Oh, eventually does go down here. 0 eliminations, 5th place for 7-9 is really, really good. Yummy pushing up forward. This aggression is going to be rewarded for him as he does eliminate Alter Ego with 1 elimination. This is a very aggressive Boom Esports and a very, very different, but Mormon playing the healing game, but he's running out of medkits right about now. 3 left to go for him. As for Boom, still 4 players still intact. Tunny, 2 as well. Not going to be long now before they have to go. Who is going to heal up first and who is going to not is the question here. It's a battle of the wits, the healing, the pressing
considered
button.
Just about resources. Gatuni should be the first one to go, and TEM will come up on 2nd place. And I guess we can just say
so many.
Boom Esports have been able to conquer Sanhok and get their first chicken dinner by the end of the run in week 2.
I'm really liking this change of pace from Boom Esports. They have been aggressive from beginning to end, but it's not as, I would say, mindless as it was before, where you have maybe one person running inside, the rest, the disconnect is coming through. No, I think they really, really reconvened last night, had a look at their VODs and fixed their mistakes, leading them here. And I think another thing that's really great to talk about is that they still have another 4 members alive.
That's right, and the way that they approached this matchup, they were basically taking control on the river side, as especially with Octa being so sharp today, he has picked up anybody on site, and that sort of compound. There's honestly a lot of all these other players that could have basically challenged the rest of Boom Esports, but they were predicting, oh, it's going to go into ruin, so why not just get yourself more cover instead? But this play has worked out well. And how many more packs does Mormon has?
Wait, I thought he ran out.
He picked up from the great TEM, man.
Great
He's
time.
just going to buy a little bit more time. That's just about it.
I think it's a great way for TM to play as well, because we did see TM go aggressive. We see them taking these gunfights as well. So in a way,
yes, more.
Jeez! Oh my God! It's not stopping.
Oh, I mean...
You know, this is a situation where, you know, you're kind of like, you're in a cave, right? And you have no clue what's happening outside in civilization.
It's like
in this civilization,
you have
Boom
ration
Esports.
your air, your food,
Yeah.
your drinks, if you actually have
You don't
any.
know that the war has ended. You have no clue that the war has ended. How many such
He's going to go into the sunlight, and yes, it will be it. EM second place, and Boom Esports celebrates their first chicken dinner here in Day 3 Week 2.
This is really exciting for Boom Esports. First chicken dinner, and one of the first games that they have survived up until the end. A different mindset, a different approach, and a very different Boomer. Hopefully not Boomer. I mean, we gotta tweet at them and ask them again. Is it Beast or Boomer?
I would still prefer Beast. Just looking at the logo, you know, they are ferocious overall, and I would just want to highlight Octa.
It's always been him.
Like, even on those early game skirmishes, you saw Sem9. They just absolutely get attacked out of nowhere, and also, you just keep seeing Octa on that kill feed. It's just amazing how much he has done in this particular map. I won't be surprised if he does get the overall MVP inside Sanhok, but SLD, just look at them on how they've managed to manhandle the rest of NFT and just leaving them no chance. They moved into that small hut and they didn't even manage to pick them off.
You start seeing these Mexican standoffs that happen in this particular matchup as well. It's a very interesting situation because the circle was ping-ponging and suddenly you have no clue how exactly are you going to be moving. There's a lot of terrain to worry about, a lot of different corners and buildings as well. And I have to say that for Geek Fam in this particular run, it's one of the highest elimination points we've seen, even though they did take 10th place.
That's right, and I guess like for most part, many of these teams were still left alive. It's all about the ranking points, sure, but they have taken out a lot of all the other players out there. So with those elimination points, it's not too shabby for the team. And Boom Esports, after they figured out the rest of Alter Ego under the bridge, yep, it was already theirs. They don't really have to wait too long. But of course, TEM, they did what they could to secure a second place finish.
For now, in terms of rotations, TM doing a very, very long one. And honestly, I'm not surprised. The reason why the rotations are so long is because they were actually looking for those resources. They needed to allow Mormon to actually survive for as long as possible, which is why the rotations were really, really long. When you think about another team that I really want to talk about, which is not here as well, would be Sem9. And I think in this situation for today, the survivability that we see from them has been a little bit better than usual. Usually when the team gets wiped out is always together in one go, but not today. Regardless, have a look at the match rankings here, where 9 eliminations and 15 rank points gives them 24 points. But look at Geek Fam. They only got 1 rank point, but because they got 9 elimination points, it puts them at 4th place with 10 points, right behind TM, 4 points ahead, and Infinity at 12.
That's right, and you know, despite them not getting better positioning, they have not secured a single drop of points coming in from eliminations, and you're already seeing all the other teams, sure, they may bow a little bit early on, but they have been able to match
there
up
you go.
close to those numbers, and Octa has to be the man of this matchup. He just dished out probably some of the highest damage and kills of the entirety competition inside of Sanhok, and we're seeing 5.6 MVP points. That's one of the higher points that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how Octa plays, it's almost as though he's playing solo. He's very, very aggressive, and to the point that it seems as though the team is forced to play around him. And I'm really liking this aggression coming from him. And I think the other player that I really want to highlight has been Yummy. You notice that Yummy is very proactive in terms of giving that support to him. Regardless, weekly rankings right now, with Infinity still managing to hold the first place spot. But look at AE and TM rising to the top here with 96 and 92. And for Geek Fam maintaining 7th, GIDS dropping to 6th place, FaZe Clan as well as DX still holding on to their usual spots. But looking down at the 20th spot right now, it's not Boom Esports, it's gonna be Box, as Boom Esports launches their way up to 16th, and that is a great game for them.
That's right. It's a saving grace after receiving this chicken dinner, but keep in mind, 4 rivals as well as DBD, they're just basically 1 point apart. There's also NFT. If they do move forward, they will shove some of these teams down. So nobody wants to be down under in the rut, but my goodness, just look at how well these teams have been doing. Like, everyone in the middle of the pack has been having so many of all these shifts, and SLD as well as Yoodo Alliance make their way into that first pager. I think that's great news overall for some of these teams. And also keep in mind that some of all these players out of Group D was not really involved in this match, and therefore there is going to be a lot more chances for them to prove themselves. So let's take a little over onto some of these action that has happened inside of Sanhok.
I think what's really great about this particular sort of flight path is that it just goes through the middle, which means that everyone will get where they want to drop. So see where Infinity was. They dropped really, really far, and the spacing between them as well allows them for a lot of that, I would say, the loots. It's very different or differing to what we see from TEM, who did a 2-2 situation there to get their loots faster. But because they took so long on the main island to go toward the circle, I think the idea has always been for them was to play the healing game.
And just keep an eye out on Boom's positioning. This is where they farm most of their numbers, and they're blocking everybody else from making their safe entry into the northern portion of the map. And you see every other names out here, like FaZe Clan, Bacon Time, everyone else is just kind of stuck with nothing much to do. Geek Fam was the one in the middle of it all, and therefore that's where they farmed their 8 elimination points. On top of it, while they eventually took a swim into the island, they only had Octa being the last one to approach. But Alter Ego, this looked to be quite a decent area of play at first, but keep in mind, they don't really have land to cover themselves with. So they're all stuck underneath, and you see the rest of Boom would be able to rush right in without much of a worry. Razy as well as Yummy taking the forefront of all the action, and that leaves only Mormon behind by the end of it all. We absolutely hope that Depth could have actually changed things, but coming in with 6 points for himself, not too shabby for Sem9.
I think it's really great, but for Sem9, I think like one thing that I would really like, I understand that he's trying to go for that that placement point, but at the same time, I want that mindset where it's like, oh, if I go down, you go down with me situation, a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive. We're not seeing any aggression coming in from Sem9 at all. In a lot of situations that they do get knocked out, we haven't seen them actually try to fight back. I think the only one that's been proactively fighting has been Putra, but in a lot of situations, he gets caught out alone. So where exactly is his support? Why is there a disconnect between the communication of the team? Or is Putra sort of like dealing or just doing things on his own without informing his teammate is also another question that we have. Regardless, let's have a look at the team summary right now for what exactly went down here. Let's have a look at Boom and TM. So for Boom, you can see that I think their mindset has always been for that placement, but because they're in a situation where they're able to farm kills, it's as though a bonus to them, giving them 9. It's very contrasting to TM. Look at the damage, it's just so low, and you saw in terms of rotation-wise, they've been wanting to play the healing game the entire time.
Honestly, I feel like these two stats absolutely incomparable, right? Like,
yeah.
TEM, they have the only option to heal up. So that's a last resort where they only have 2 elimination points from the early round, and they quickly switch their approach. That's good on them, but they did manage to get even more from that, and Boom Esports have the leverage of the circle, the areas of play, and basically annihilate everybody else. Now, we're going to be moving into Miramar for our upcoming match as we take a look at some of these teams that will be heavy favorites heading into the matchup. SLD have gotten the final one from yesterday's Miramar, and FaZe Clan has also closed up with some high frags of their own. From United remains to be one of the best teams to have the highest eliminations in the vast map of the Desert Dune. And with that, we're going to be taking a look at Group A, B, C, as well as D to contend against each other. Group E will be missing out on Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time as well as SLD.
This is a very, very interesting situation without this a very aggressive team. Geek Fam, BAC and SLD is going to be... I would say it won't change the pacing of the game, but it will have some size of relief from a lot of teams because you're not going to randomly be picked up by teams like Geek Fam. We've seen Yuhai do those very, very long range sort of shots. And as for BAC and SLD, also very, very similar. Regardless, I think a staple that we always see doing well on Miramar has always been FaZe Clan. I think FaZe Clan across the board has been doing really well, regardless of what map it is going to be. But we are seeing certain teams do a lot better on certain maps, especially for Geek Fam on Sanhok. Regardless, let's have a look at one of our newest collaborations coming out this month. It'll be Bubble Boy meets with PUBG Mobile. If you guys are here in Malaysia, you guys should know our favorite own local superhero is coming to PUBG Mobile.
That's right, and of course, you guys don't want to miss out on this as it's coming real soon. And you could basically follow Bubble Boy social media as well, and not to forget our social media on PUBG Mobile, Esports, everywhere it is. And not only that, there's also Rabu Badu, where the Phase 2 have already begun, where you can basically gather your friends, play together, get some chicken dinners, and be rewarded with a lot of all these classic coupon crates. Now, moving forward as well, you guys could also take part in many of all these activities that we have in store for you, and there's also a lot more addition added into PUBG Mobile.
I think what's really great is on Wednesdays, usually you wear pink, but on Wednesdays, you play PUBG Mobile in this world. So this is Phase 2, so you get yourself some classic coupon crates. And I think what's really great about those coupon crates is that you get a lot of nice things. We want to be able to have the nicest things in the game, play PUBG Mobile on Wednesdays, and because I'm Tash, because I'm Tash and I like the color pink, you guys also have to wear pink. And please take a picture because it's cute.
Well, I hope you can get yourself a personal photographer for that, so you get a picture every single day.
Are you my personal photographer?
Nah, I suck at photography.
It's true. Don't ask him to take a picture.
I've never taken a photo of you. How would you know?
Oh! Whoa. Regardless. Moving into the sandy dunes of Miramar, I am expecting, well, I'm hoping for a very aggressive sort of battle because this is the final day of the week before we head into the weekend.
It has always been aggressive inside of Miramar. Even from the get-go, we usually see a lot of teams all contending at the very least.
Okay. If there's a chart, it's like this. You go down and the chart goes woo, and then suddenly goes woo, because everyone's looting and moving. And then suddenly goes woo, like that again. That's just me though. That's what I think.
So usually it's like a bump. And then
right.
after that, you see a little bit of quiet town, and then it just...
Oh, yeah.
It's like, when you go to the airport and you're ready for a flight.
Yeah.
And the captain says, okay, everybody buckle up your seatbelts and everything else. The plane moves really, really slowly. And then when it takes off, you can feel a little bit of turbulence. And then, it goes all the way up. And that's the kind of momentum I love about Miramar. I know.
It could be better.
What's
You'd
that?
say the circle went really weird, or the flight path went really weird, and no one gets their drop spots. It will go all the way up because they have to.
Well, of course, we'll just have to see what it is. But heading into this upcoming matchup, I think that there's going to be great intensity where we will rather compare some of all these teams like Buriram United versus FaZe Clan. Buriram United, they have been making a great surge into some of these matches from yesterday's run. And they have the most points inside of Miramar, but we last saw two other different teams to take it from yesterday's run.
I think for
FaZe Clan as well as SLD. SLD is not on board. I want to see them challenge against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think that for FaZe Clan, they've gotten a lot of free reign, especially on this map. They basically can go wherever they want and just hold wherever they want. In a lot of situations, so that's how FaZe Clan managed to get that 12 elimination points, getting those people who are crossing into the town. I think for a lot of teams, I'm really looking forward to see more from them is 4 Rivals. I think for 4 Rivals, they're not at the very bottom of the ladder, but it feels like they're just getting picked off so very early without a fight. And I think that is why I want to see more, especially just to bring back those glory days where, you know, 4 Rivals were the underdog and surprising everyone. I want to see that team again.
Sure, they may look as if they were the underdogs right now, but then again, like,
I mean, back then.
Yeah. Back in the days, sure, but I think like it's been glitz and glamour for the past couple of seasons. When we look at how Miramar is structured in a certain way, there's a very good reason why places like St. Martin, Minas Generalis, Picado, Graveyard, Power Grid are basically the main areas of play, because teams who usually take control of the center stage has the best of rotation. For teams like 4 Rivals, where you're taking up north into Crucible,
Yeah.
if it goes down south, like, you just have to fight through so many other teams, and I feel like it's always a little bit of a disadvantage unless if they basically just burn off a lot more time, play very, very passively until they get into phase 3 in a very safe fashion. Usually teams like Infinity have learned such a way that, okay, this is not a big advantage for the team where the circle goes on the opposite side. They will take it slow, and they should take a playbook out of that.
Yeah, I think DX is also a great, I would say, example of this kind of slow gameplay. We see, like, as soon as a circle shifts, look how fast they are to get the middle area. And that's always been their priority, get the compound. And I think one thing that DX does really well is taking care of their area and compound. Because one thing that's, I think a lot of teams don't really want to fancy doing is just kind of like worrying about, if you want to take the middle side, you have to watch out from so many different angles, and people going to be crashing inside. But for DX, they're very chill with the idea of that. They have a great teamwork gameplay, really good at kind of like passing around information. So I think it'll be really good for them if you think about it in terms of how they play that. Another team I really like seeing as well has been Vampire Esports. I think their tempo this week has always been going in an upward motion. It's not really kind of like going up, down, up, down. It's not very dramatic, and it's very, very consistent. Some kind of similar to what I see from FaZe. But one thing I like about Vampire Esports more than I did like about FaZe is that their aggression coming through. It kind of has like those vibes, the same vibes that we get from Infinity, but it's a lot more controlled, I feel. And it's to the point that we are seeing them actually survive toward the end. So I'm really excited to see where exactly we'll go. But you know what we're going to be going? We're going to be going to our talent prediction, because I am going to go for Vampire Esports.
I think, like I've said, a lot of great words about Buriram United. Overall, it's a very stable team.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
are.
always the flashiest for sure, but we've seen a lot of great plays from C-Sky only,
Yeah.
Tiger. These are the main players to look out for if you guys are looking into Buriram United overall. Vampire Esports, sure, it has been a rocky ride for them, but when they do strike hard, it feels like they will win multi-million dollars. while at
Yeah,
it.
I think that for Buriram United, they are, I would say, an empire, and it really shows in terms of how they play, how they conduct themselves. In a lot of situations, their rotations have been pretty fast, especially with Kengzo in the team. We've seen some really great plays, especially with him as the IGL. And on top of that, I think that for Buriram United, they're very, very not just controlled in terms of how they play. Look at how exactly they get the cross, or how exactly they manage their areas. In a lot of situations, for Buriram United, maybe they didn't really get those chicken dinners, perhaps because of location-wise or circles. But if given the win conditions to them, 100% they will take it and they will hold on to it.
Exactly that, and of course, with so many of all these different approaches being brought forward by certain teams, also keep in mind, teams like TEM have been just going on a streak from the past couple of days. You just see them not even falling off very early in those sort of matchups. TEM, despite having challenges on that pass round inside of Sanhok, they got themselves second place, and just on the final match yesterday, a chicken dinner. So if you're going to look at a trend of trajectory, they have never had that dip of performance for quite some time. So hoping to see even more from the team. Now with 10 seconds left, hope you guys are ready for our first matchup inside Miramar as we approach match 2 of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship.
TEM Entertainment, a team that's just been quietly creeping up the ladder without having to be too aggressive or too flashy. One thing about TM I've noticed is that they have these really interesting rotations, and I really like the way that they take their time in all of these rotations. Either they just take their time to avoid as many teams as possible for survivability, or the way they take fights. It's always been very, very nice to see them. Regardless, for flight path, we're skewing toward the left, left for Buriram all the way down to Los Higos. Means that those who want to go to Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, El Azhar, Impala even, gonna take a little bit of a walk, and I can kind of predict that Chumacera, Pacado, Power Grid, Los Leones is gonna be kind of packed.
Well, I would assume that they would prefer not walking if
Or they
if
can
possible.
get it. Oh, I want to see someone fight for a car and then get run over. It happens all the time, but I love seeing it.
Yep. I guess like the players don't intend to have your ill will granted.
I mean, it's happened before. We've seen it in the local league in Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines as well. So, you know. And so far, I've been kind of cursed this past few days. Everything I say seems to be coming true. I should probably shut my mouth. Oh, no!
It does go into towards the south side of Los Leones, and we would assume that majority of all these other teams will be keeping an eye closely into the region of Los Leones. The last time we did get a circle like this was just last night. Just across the southeastern corner
I have a
of
song
the
of
city. And of course, with the X having that sort of approach that they know how exactly to fight their way inside the city, I think that they're onto something. But the problem is, they're a little further from where they need to be.
I have a song for you.
Please no.
Deja vu. Da 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 da. You don't know?
I do know. But of course, there's a lot to talk about this matchup overall. FaZe Clan here to challenge the high scores being set by the rest of Buriram United, as they're already on their way to get themselves better loots, of course, before approaching that circle down on the southern side. Now, Buriram United, they found themselves a couple of these scrap loots. They will eventually have to get to the city first before taking those fights. They did spot out members of Four Rivals, if I'm not mistaken, and Vampire Esports will be getting themselves a lot more of these vehicular options, and being around that Graveyard Municipalities area would be quite optimal for them, so long as they take control of this sector. Moving into Los Angeles shouldn't be any trouble at all.
The question now for Four Rivals is, what exactly are they going to do to fix or catch up in terms of their performance? I feel like, they have, we've seen their firepower in the previous seasons. We've seen their rotations in the previous season. It's been good. But if you are a momentum-based team and the only thing that propels you forward is momentum, this is when you need to figure out, if we need momentum to propel ourselves, how do we ignite the fire of momentum? As for Bao Nam, I don't know why, but I'm really enjoying their performance. They are a team that's just like...
They're just an exciting team
They're
to
so
watch.
exciting team to watch, yes. Like, especially from Silence. Literally, like the name says, he's always been in the backside getting those backstabs in terms of his flanks or playing long range in the back and helping his team in terms of support. He's your teammate that you know you can trust to give you cover if you want to play aggressive.
Indeed, he does have all the actions doing the talking. And if you want to do exactly the same, go ahead and register on the QR code if you are interested in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2022 that offers 40,800 ringgit. And that is a qualifier for the PMNC 2022 as well.
I have a question to ask you. So we've been casting this for several years now. Well, you have. I've been following though. So when you're in the scene and you see these players kind of shift teams and you see their growth throughout the years, does it make you feel like, man, they're so good now. I'm so proud of them.
I would say that it only happens to very specific players where they do age like wine.
Who is that?
There's many of them,
All right,
of course,
give me
but
like
there are those
2.
that are washed up as well.
Whoa!
I mean, that's the truth of it. If you don't keep up with the competition,
Yeah.
there's just better talents that move about. The ones that age like wine will be like Tony Kane. Like, he was so
Oh,
young when
yeah.
he first started off. Like, even before 15 years old, he's been practicing.
Isn't it
and then when he
crazy?
came into the scene, he was only 16. And now I don't even believe that he's past 20 yet.
Holy.
Right?
It's
I could tell you that he's got a bright future ahead of him. As for certain players out there, I think there's a lot of household names. Like, if you do remember players from RRQ, Athena, some of them already considering retirement, and they know that for a fact that, hey, I'm not as fast as some of all the other players already. And therefore, might as well, I pass the baton to all the younger names, and
they
that's the
can
nature
go
of every type of
into
sports there is.
team managers, coaches are also an option.
If you made enough money, just retire.
Exactly.
Some of them made enough. More than enough, I would say.
I think what's really great about this is more of like looking back at my childhood when I was 15. What was I doing? Watching Barney the dinosaur? And I don't know, playing MMOs. But these kids, like, they play video games and they're good at it. And they find a way to show the world to compete.
That's right, Tatch. It's a new age, a new era.
I wish I
filled
had that
with
in my age.
opportunities, of course. And likewise, I mean,
Our ages are showing, man.
yeah. Just a little bit of that. And Noaz has spotted out the rest of DBD.
Noaz has
Don't
been
break
great.
dreams. Just having themselves a smooth trail over on the southern side. And the Infinity is going to be able to do the same. BN United not launching any form of attack. That is a rather surprising move coming from the Vietnamese squad of the PMPL, considering the fact that they have been taking pot shots whenever they have that chance to do so. And as we were speaking about teams from the PMPL VN, Box Gaming now stuck at the bottom. And they have not figured it out. And same could be said about Sam9. Same could be said about 4 Rivals. Sure, teams that have been having problematic runs. But overall, there's just another week and a half for them to solve it.
Contrast in points between the 16th spot and the first spot is huge. That's 4 times more. As for Infinity and DBD, I don't think that their paths will cross. And I'm really liking how much cover Logan has gotten in terms of his scouting, trying to get information, but no one has been shooting straight at him. Oh, their paths will cross
Logan.
a little. I don't think anyone will be shooting at him. Oh, here we go. The shots are coming through. None of the shots are hitting though. Logan is... Oh! He gets blown to smithereens! And I might think that this might be the end. His teammates are nowhere near. He's just gonna bleed to death.
Yeah, absolutely unfortunate bout. Or should I say unfortunate or trail
I wish
they was
that-
driving on.
You know they say cool people don't look at explosions. I wish that was the case. So he can just turn away and just be like, that's what you get. Oh, his teammate was actually not so far away. But he is alone. So I'm wondering, what exactly is the formation in terms of their drop spots and how they're playing? Regardless, Repo Boy eating up that nade, immediately going to the lobby. Of course, Tony K things. Doing so well when it comes to those nades. I think he excels with every single weapon that he uses. He's going to be very quick on the ball when it comes to getting those picks in terms of getting points.
Chasing up to the performance of Buriram United now with the update of the circle moving deeper into the regions of Las Leones. Buriram United has a lot of safety net into the cities of Impala if it does hard shift over onto the far eastern corner of the map. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are currently congregated upon the southwestern end. BN United being a little further away, DBD should be able to slide into Porto Party, so if they want to, and therefore there's plenty of options available for Rivals. They basically took the long way route, hanging about in the blue zone for quite some time. Now they do have a clear passage over northern end, so massive improvement in terms of decision making for majority of all the other players out there. And Alter Ego now takes the high ground and hits Box that will be punished from afar.
Look at this range. It's extremely long. Can Fnatic actually finish the job is the question. His teammates are ready to assist though. Here they are, coming to assistance. Shots coming through. Not going to be exploding like what happened to Infinity Logan. Switches out the weapons, making sure to take away the vehicles, not allowing them to reset. But I think for now, just going to take their time. Because sometimes in this situation, you don't want to be in one spot too long in case someone else is rushing toward you. No issue in reviving Bensu. But for Alter Ego, I think their priority is holding on to that high ground instead of trying to push and be too aggressive.
Indeed, and Box Gaming forced to think of a better route in order to get by, but just take a look at the surroundings. They have their right being cornered up as well. Over on the front side, we've already seen them having shots fired at them. Yoodo Alliance have Shamil already being knocked on the ground. At least there's a little bit more smokes being tossed by the rest of Yoodo Alliance to buy a little bit more time. Mormon now cooks up the grenade. The man that has been able to bring back majority of the points back to TEM on the past round. Now, only marches ahead, but Yoodo Alliance have enough time for Jamil to be able to crawl through the street in order to be saved by Adiklu.
Shamil already up and running. So 3-on-4. Olio. We've seen Olio play the hero all the time. And there's definitely that, I think, that priority when it comes to how exactly he wants to approach a team fight and which exactly he wants to do. Like revive a teammate first. Should I go for the picks first? Should I go for rotation first? And Olio has been really quick on the ball to assist and provide cover for his teammates whenever it's needed. Hell, I mean, we've seen him actually go and play in the front lines too. When you see Yoodo Alliance, they're such a flexible team. Damage coming through there from Olio toward the team, but not enough to actually explode the car. They're just going to be happy with that. We do hear some shots coming through as well. It's going to be another team coming through, TEM right in front of them. So for Yoodo Alliance, the question now is, do they still want to hold on to this area? Do they want to take more fights? Because where they are right now has already been noticed by any of the teams close by.
They can still hold their fortress inside the city, and this is where it will be a gridlock, just like how it was back in Yasna Pollyanna. And indeed, this is going to be a circle that will still cover some grounds inside of the city. But for the teams that have suspected that, hey, there's no point booking it inside of the area when it's going to be so hard to make an exit. Therefore, the Savior, Sam9, as well as Box Gaming, they're in these prime area of play despite not being inside of the open terrains. While Vampire Esports are definitely running into multiple targets here. Box Gaming, Sam9, they have to be ready. Same goes to Alter Ego, DPD, as well as NFT. I think they are still trying to think about how exactly to get in.
So clear, the left side from the west. Basically, it's like one half of the map is so packed and the other is just completely empty because of the shift of the circle. For Box, ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Schweppes. Ravenclaw as well gets tagged. Torres on the other side going on the aggressive for TEM. But no shots are connecting just yet. The Molly will help at least for zoning, just to get them in an area where they're able to shoot out of.
Still 16 more teams inside of phase 3, and nobody has been able to basically find any form of advantage, but Leo will be able to get one though. Ego Esports will have one player man-marked and eventually being removed. Yoodo Alliance claims 1 point for themselves. They've lost one initially, and Vampire Esports strikes back. They were challenging Alter Ego, and they finally got Randall on their side. DBD, they're so far away, but yet again, look at Infinity though. They're a pretty close spot. And I don't think either sides are hoping to lock horns on the outskirts. Still a little far from where they need to be.
These are all just picks, not full-out fights. If you notice, it's just people getting caught in the rotations, people on the other building getting sniped. But as for Infinity, they're going to go for a long rotation up to the northern side. And I'm really liking this change in pace because they're very, very aware. You can hear how many guns are being shot in the distance. And with the lack of manpower, I don't think they can play as aggressively as they usually do. So for now, for BN and DX just now, we saw them actually have that gunfight. Then after that, they are not able to get those those angles properly. So they just kind of stuck here for now until the circle shifts. And once the circle shifts, you're going to start seeing everyone making a mad dash forward. No shots from Fanky are going to be hitting any on Max. This has been a situation between these two teams for, I think, about 5 minutes now.
Definitely a little bit of a standstill going on, but there isn't really much that they could basically hope for, because only on the next phase itself they will need to strategize on where they should be located overall.
Oh, here we go.
United won't be shot for now, but Buriram United, they found more in the form of Infinity as they trailed by La Bandita. That's one good pickup. Buriram United, they continue on their move. They don't exactly have to force a fight. There's only 35 seconds left, and Infinity, they will be left out to dry for a little bit more, but they're trying to look for Nusa, and that's probably the most important target, and we finally do get both of all these teams locking horns. Tiger still wants it though, so that they will carry on with this fight. Mela dropping a grenade. Snitchel finds one in the form of DBD. Echo knocked out. Mela trying to hold on for now, but he's all alone. He's going to move back into his buggy, and Infinity, they're just hoping to retreat as they sprint off. My name goes in first right of the score L, and this is what I was speaking about. Like, there's not much that they could basically pull in with this form of aggression. So both sides, they have very little time, and with the circle shift, they got to make a move.
It felt like BRU was being a little bit too cautious there because it's Nusa, perhaps. They know the firepower Nusa comes through. So with Nusa in the background, look at the damage coming into Infinity. Mela throwing all those shots out. They have to be careful. A buggy is not enough to sustain and can just explode at any time. There goes Mela. There goes his teammate as well. Tuni underneath, trying to make sure that he can survive another day, waiting for Nusa on the backside. Fnatic is very aware of where he is. Cooks up that nade. The resets do come through. He moves forward, already anticipating that grenade. Very well done. But here comes Buriram. Very aggressive. Does knock one member off box. Bensu from the other side providing that support, but there's nothing they can do to survive or protect his teammate. But here comes Soaz from one side. He wants to blow up that vehicle. Not happening just yet. His own car is already smoking in this situation. A little bit of a shift here. Tiger already knocked out there. The car does explode. Soaz takes a lot of damage here. Soaz providing the cover for his teammate. But there we go. Tiger out of the game. And there it is. The end for Buriram United.
Wow, Buriram United just walked into a trap set by Box Gaming for the longest of time. And Box Gaming still have more issues to deal with. Vampire Esports trying to trade back. And Vampire has been camping out on this sector for quite some time as well, as they arrive to this scene right after Box Gaming. But Sam9, take a look at them. They have not moved at all. These few teams here will be stuck for the time being, as they do manage to get the circumference of the circle. Trisme will eventually try to push away members of Sam9 that's hoping to look into getting a little bit more of a defensive setup heading into the northern end. On the far side, what we did see on the corner map, 4 rivals also heading into the western end. So FaZe Clan, they have a little bit more coming in from the south, but they have to fight against Yoodo Alliance first.
Look at how many teams are in this area, and looks like toward the southern side there are some buildings inside of the circle. So people coming in from the southern side, it's going to be really hard. We've seen it happen yesterday, especially with FaZe holding on to that compound. We know that anyone crossing is going to be in a pickle. So for the top side there to the north, DX has full control of the entire area, and I'm really hoping that they kind of like spread out a little bit just to kind of play that gatekeeper and pick up those I would say, those random stragglers.
That's right, and FaZe Clan, they have a few teams that's surrounding them as well. Despite them looking like they have the best position, it's not exactly the best option that they would rather take, though they are in the center stage. Rapids now depletes the vehicle out of the Infinity, and 2 Thai teams knocked out relatively early. That's something of a surprise to all of us out there, the EX as well as Box Gaming, the Vietnamese side, including BN United. They're all in the same compounds. And BN just opting to basically take some of all these terrains, but Randall spots them out.
Real liking this aggression coming in from AE as well as BN. They do want to get Box, but Box is opting to kind of separate here. This is a great situation because they can go in for the choke from two different areas. As for DX, we all know that they can play a little bit passive, and they have been doing that for the longest time. So there's 3 teams in the area. Make it 4 as 4 Rivals is looking to pass through here. But 4 Rivals, they don't know they're being sandwiched. Hopefully they can all make it out in one piece. Look at the damage coming through. There's one player already knocked out. That'll be Voki being the first one. Api takes some damage as well. Pemburu shooting back. Api does get one member of BN United here, and Soaz wants to join in the fight from the other side.
Box Gaming just managing to go in for many of all these pickups. Trisme, though, has been snagged up by Batman from afar, hiding inside the city of Los Leones. But there's not much time for the rest of NFT. They gotta make a move. They have less than a minute right now. They're still inside of the compound. Meanwhile, 4 Rivals slowly getting torn down by the rest of BN United as they storm their way through Capone, Max LV. They will find both Pemburu as well as Appy, leaving Boki as well as the other members behind. 2 players of 4 Rivals now stuck by the corner. Sem9 has another one being dropped as well. GD finally makes a move of a measure, and there more grenades comes in.
This
April.
is a very scary situation. 2 on 4 as BN United pushes forward. The sprays do come through. April good for one. Is he good for another one? Is the question. Silence shoots back. Doesn't get anything just yet. Here comes the Molly. Sorry, grenade. Cooking up a little bit. But Alter Ego already out there. 3 eliminations. Vampire Esports finally eliminating them, but that grenade will blow them both out of the sky.
Quite
that would be
as
the
well.
end. Yeah, they cooked it for a long time. That's a great timing for them. But look at this.
GD just absolutely annihilates the rest of DBD. But more troubles ahead. There's another team right in front of the rest of GD. Now they just have to basically fight all the way into the circle, while the rest of NFT, they have a few members out there in the open. But BN United is just right underneath their noses here. Batman got only 3 grenades to work with. DX, they challenge the rest of Box Gaming, and that leaves only Bensu behind. Bensu, I don't think that he will be able to last all too long. He still has some mats to work with at the very least. Now with the M4, he's hoping to take out the rest of Sem9, then it's marching ahead.
Sem9 holding hands in a very, very small little area. They can't really see where they are inside of the smoke, but they're eating all those grenades, all those mollies. Adibs, what are you gonna do? You're getting barbecued there all the way down. Putra with the sprays, pushing them back, putting the pressure inside. Lord Harm playing a little bit of a long range here, but you can see Box already out of the game. Putra coming forward here, the hero of the team, wants to get the revive. Eventually gonna get Adibs, no problem at all, as Lord Harm's watching from the backside here, making sure that no one is flanking at least. But DX, I'm surprised that they haven't pushed up just yet.
They just have to get in the circle. They're all too occupied. Bensu, last man standing of Box Gaming, secures 9 plays finish with 5 elimination points. Meanwhile, the rest of DX, they have to recuperate when the rest of BN United tries to take out the rest of NFT Esports, but they're all cornered up. There's not much numbers left.
Look at this choke!
LB will have to clutch this one out. Batman trying to push forward. He takes out the pen. What more? I do not do. And he will eventually fall for that small little error that he made. Max LB, 1 pick of health left. NFT, despite it all, wins the trade.
NFT, beautifully done, coming in at 3-1 situation there. Choking from both sides, but Sem9, this is very aggressive. They want to take this fight against against DX. Putra already gotten one. They have no clue where Rabdis is, but Lord Harm from the backside, giving all the information that they need. Behind the wall is playing it very, very sneaky. They have to be careful. Sprays out. I'm not sure if they did notice right now. Playing in and out, the prone game is just really irritating to work with, as Putra and Adibs need to make sure that they stay safe. Last 5 teams still available, but look at that, Sem9 with 3, and he still gets 1. Get us 1 more! They win it in the end! Sem9 looking so good!
Unbelievable, he brought it in with the Mini 14 as well. He ran out of bullets, and yet again he managed to clutch it. And The rest of Set9 still having one player left. Harm managing to get himself by with only a little health left with that smoke blocking their sides. And it's just going to be a little hard to do. They did manage to secure a top 4 finish, the best that they had throughout the week thus far. NFT Esports are going on 10 elimination streak. FaZe Clan now still has some great numbers to fend off against TEM as well as NFT. But the circle, though, it does move towards the side of TEM. Therefore, the rest of NFT Esports, they just got to play with precaution here. Mormon takes over the cover of the tanks. And I'm not too sure if they're just going to be swarmed up by both of these teams vying to take the spot away.
Really liking what they're using with the side of the train. Tony K in a very scary situation, takes a lot of damage, but he is not scared to push forward, but he's gonna be paying with his life. They did not realize that they have a huge area already covered by TM. For Ramones, he wants to find a little bit of a flank here. They do know that they're having a two-way fight here. TM wanted to play the third party, but that's not gonna be happening right now, as now TEM showing exactly where they are. NFT, they're playing with the side of the train. In a way, it's a good thing because it allows them to move back and forth, giving them a little bit of cover compared to TM.
NFT Esports understanding the terrain so well. They don't really have to force the shove against
Look at
TM. Lycan's the only one that will be hiding very far away. And there's no advantage given over to the side of FaZe Clan right now. Speaking of which, Victorious easily gets hit by the side of Moorman. Moorman secures 4. And how does he do this every single game? TEM now back into the top 3 situation. Just looking like the best team possible to just get those back-to-back finishers. Lycan, the only one left. He sees that crate, hoping that there's more items that he could basically use for recovery. I don't think he could even be too much of a thorn in the flesh against NFT nor TEM.
Lycan is a very open area, and it'll be Mormon to claim his life. Now, we have a very competitive ending, 4-on-4. We have not seen this yet, at least for this week. For TEM, they want to get this finisher. They want to get that chicken dinner. They want to relive that glory they had yesterday. And as for NFT, they want to get these points to kind of propel themselves forward. But they have the upper ground. From that one side here, Batman playing the lower terrain, trying to catch them off guard, but they are very, very aware that he is there for Batman. No double pushes coming through, but 4-on-4 on the other side. Side 1 coming through. Mormon just got dropped here. Bafal from the other side. He has his teammate with him. They want to get more picks here. It's a 2-on-3 situation, unless the resets do happen.
They're already going for the pickups. TEM, they have already given the information. Here comes the push coming from Bebby. He does get the knock on Sobel. 2 versus 2 right now. Make it 1. Onsen will wrap things around, and TEM have got the rest of NFT all numbered up as they secure another chicken dinner for today.
It's a great situation for TEM, getting that quick terrain and holding on to a majority of the area. And I think what's really great about them as well is how patient they are, just waiting for the golden opportunity, making sure that the other teams have been cleared out before pushing forward. Because they have the high ground as well, they are very confident in pushing toward NFT, and it's really hard for NFT to do anything in that situation.
Indeed, and NFT Esports, they also understand that those sort of terrains were a little bit difficult for them to approach. They did have the idea of sending one player behind to overlook the flank angles as well. And sure, it did work out for only a tad bit, but the information gathering coming out of the members that were knocked out from the side of TEM Entertainment, they were basically supplementing the info back to Bevy, and that push have been able to clip onto Sovel, or else the game might have actually been over with NFT securing the glory. So that was a great 4 versus 4 between both teams.
I think what's really great about Bevy is that he's not afraid to push up forward and go up close and personal. That push can have gone both ways, but Bevy, because he's very, very confident in not only his positioning, but also the idea that the teammates are very low, all he had to do was spray. And we've seen Bevy's sprays can be pretty scary as well, especially since he's very good with that run and gun, the spray and pray as well, especially through smokes. Now, when we look back to this match, it feels like for the beginning of the match, it has been those really, really early picks. A lot of teams losing 1 to 2 players. And in a lot of situations, it's because of the crossover, because of the ping pong of the circle, where teams have to cross through buildings, through open areas. And this also comes back to what I saw from 4 Rivals as well. You hear all these fights happening around you, and you want to quickly pass through safely. But in that situation, this comes to, if you are going to be crossing, are you confident enough that you'll be able to cross around safely? And are you quick enough to do that? Or is it better for you to make the really long rotation, like what's been done by Buriram United, as well as Infinity?
That's right, and you saw how Mormon has that sort of a great angle coverage over on the far end as well, where he just takes very swift picks, and every single time he does, he just knocks more member of the side of FaZe Clan, and he does get a few more catches onto the side of NFT. So TEM, they understood the areas of play so well that NFT, they were forced to make that sort of push, or else TM, if they were in such a situation where, okay, if it does swing towards NFT side, they were the ones that need to make that push instead. So with that, that's a huge chicken dinner being offered to TEM.
Holy.
From yesterday, they've been able to get one inside of Erangel. Today, they stacked another 28 points. NFT on their side have managed to get 10 elimination points, and therefore closing it out with 22 points. FaZe Clan with 16, 11 for both Sem9 as well as the Savior, and everybody else walks away with points except for Ego Esports, and also it's very uncanny to see Infinity not even getting a drop of points.
For Infinity, I think it's very unfortunate for them. As soon as they dropped Logan getting blown up, and then suddenly it felt like all of their plans just suddenly went out the window. Regardless, for Mormon, he has been the hero for the last 2 games in terms of healing games. He's been so great. How long did he survive the blue zone? 5-6 minutes just now over in Sanhok. And here, look how much damage he has done. In terms of how he plays, he's a little bit on the long range air. Look at his longest elimination. It says 118. I wouldn't say it's the longest that we've ever seen, but it's long enough that he is actually just trying to get those pickoffs for those players in terms of how he's providing support and in terms of trying to steal kills at the same time.
That's right. Well, let's quickly have a look at the weekly rankings as TM now overtakes not only FaZe Clan, and they have been able to push the Infinity downwards. And remember the first week where Thai teams absolutely dominated the top of the standings?
We're seeing it again.
Now we're seeing top 3 at the very least. Sure, Bacon Time hasn't been performing all too well throughout, compared to the rest of the PMPL Thailand. Then when we look at the rest of the charts, it's DX and have been able to break the 3-digit mark as well. The next to join the club will be Alter Ego as well as GD. So great work from all these teams, and of course Sem9 are also going back on a better streak. So today has been looking good for some of these Malaysian teams.
I think what's really good to see as well is Geek, I feel like for the Malaysian teams, you have 4 of them here, right? We have like 2-on-2 sort of situation where Geek Fam and Yoodo Alliance are like one gang, and then you have Sem9 and 4 Rivals, another gang. So you can see like I would say the gap coming through here. But for Sem9, I think these past 2 games have been really great for them today, and it seems like they really want to make sure that they're not at the bottom of the rankings as we head into the weekend. Regardless, let's have a look at the recap once again, where the flight path from La Cabrera went all the way to Los Higos.
That's right, and with the circle being all around Los Leones, there's multiple ways that teams could approach this, and NFT's way of handling it was to really take their sweet time, and therefore they didn't go directly from, say, Hacienda or San Martin. They cut into Valdemar, heading into the lower side of Higos, and then you see if they could go to Puerto, they might have actually done so. Look at that.
They were doing a scenic route.
Sightseeing.
Yeah, sightseeing. And I think it's a good thing for them because their idea is that a lot of people would be rotating from the northern side. So let's come through the southern side. But it's just very unfortunate. When we look at the map again, everyone was coming in from the southern side, not the northern side. I'm not too sure what exactly dictated that. I think everyone had the same idea, perhaps. But this sort of terrain is very, very scary because number 1, it's the side of the hill, and number 2, there are also compounds as well. So we can already assume that compounds would be taken, but look at how TM handled this. Because they were quick to get that coverage from the 2 towers there, and FaZe, because they were a little bit too late in terms of moving, the circle did not favor them. So what happened here is that TM already on top of the terrain, and Toron and NFT not able to push up because of that terrain in front of them.
And also I would like to highlight the teams that have faltered. They have the same idea. They know this is possibly the best spot in the map itself. And you see Sem9 faltered, DX have faltered as well. There was also one of the teams, Alter Ego, that was also fighting early on. Like some of these areas, like the teams understand, and once again, timing is everything in PUBG Mobile. And although sort of fights were handled very well by the members of DX, but with overwhelming pressure coming from every other team that was crashing into the circle, it definitely is a little bit more difficult.
I think what's really great about it as well is the fact that some of these teams that we don't usually see coming up on top actually winning as well on these fights against Alter Ego. But for now, let's talking about that, because let's talk about our main sponsor for today, GT Neo 3 by Realme. This phone over here is just so beautiful. It looks like a race car. And there's a reason why though, because they do have a turbo mode for gaming in specific. So that means that when you open the UI, no calls are going to be bothering you. You can actually change the performance of the phone. And we all know that when it comes to gaming, you want the best because you want ultra graphics as well as ultra FPS.
That's right. Then they are the ones that offer the dual chip gaming level flagship stuff. And I really do think that with the MediaTek Dimensity 8105G chipset, you just have all the power to dominate the competition. And of course, that's all that we do have for now for the first 2 matches. There's still 3 more games to go, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. It's Tash Money and Contra. Don't go anywhere.
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้หรอกนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami, #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. Two paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
speed awakens.
Welcome back once again to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. It's Tash Bunny here with a lot of energy, and it's Contra. They'll be your caster for the entirety of the evening. Now, first 2 rounds have passed. We're going to be moving forward to our third matchup, heading into Miramar. But first and foremost, of course, we'd like to thank official smartphone partners, Realme with the GT Neo 3, Neo Force Awakens. And of course, other than that, we also have to thank our official livestream partners, TikTok, and also our official food delivery partners, Grab Food. So, Cash, 2 games have passed, and we are seeing the Thai teams now reigning supreme.
Yeah, but let's have a look at team summaries. Right now, the head-to-head is TEM Entertainment versus NFT Esports. Elimination-wise, both of them are on the double-figure mark. But in terms of damage, TM is just reigning supreme here. And it really shows in terms of how much damage they have put into the players rotating inside of the area and how much of a fight they're showing to anyone taking their compound.
That's right. And if we take a look at the most damage dealt, Mormon has been on fire for today. Even though there was that matchup inside Sanhok where he did manage to take as many elimination points, he still brought forward a 2nd place finish for TEM. And in that matchup itself, 900 damage, or 991 in specific, has been dealt. Whereas Ramones pops off with a 2nd place finish. On 3rd place, we're finally seeing a glimpse of box skimming with Bensu on 3rd spot.
For now, let's have a look at the matches. Because after this, we're going to go to Miramar with teams from Group B, C, D, and E. No Group A means no D Xavier, no 4 Rivals, no Buriram United, and no TEM. So TM has been having a very, very good run for today. So I think it's great that they're taking this break. And it also gives a team to kind of put a benchmark on how far they want to go for each round and how much more marks they want to bring forward.
That's right. And when we're looking at Group A missing out, so D Xavier, they have a decent point run alongside with TEM. So TEM takes a little bit of a break. 4 Rivals as well, Buriram United. Sure, they have their fair share of struggles for today. 4 Rivals did manage to do things a lot better inside Miramar, so they'll be playing out inside Erangel instead later on. And when we look at majority of all these groups, now with the return of Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time as well as SLD, I think this is something that other teams will also worry about because we're seeing how well these teams play inside Miramar. So it could be really, really challenging for those that have even gotten the first game through their hands.
Okay, so when we talk about this particular map, which is Nusa, I think one of my favorite things about it is just because it looks like a adventure-filled, Indiana Jonesy, Tomb Raider-ish map where you can zip across the map real fast, fast and furious, and just shoot bow and arrows? Is that what you call it? Bows
It's
and arrows?
more than just bows and arrows. Like this tactical crossbow can even burn down buildings.
Oh, yeah,
if you were to equip it with a fire arrow, of course. So that being said, you can basically explore and have a lot of fun with your friends. I feel like it's not really too much on the Indiana Jones and stuff like that. It feels like a honeymoon party by the beach. It feels like there is an amusement park going on. And there's so much more that PUBG Mobile has to offer.
Yeah, because we also have the Clairvoyant Fox set, as well as the Midas Fortune set for you guys who like something a little bit more classy, high class, and very, very colorful. I think this is a very intricate set that you want to have in your collection. You can get it right now in the new Royal Pass in the game. So get it, get the Royal Pass, and these skins will be yours. And I really think Fox set is my favorite. I don't know, do you like more foxy sets or do you like the feathers
Midas
more?
Fortune. I love all things that's clattered in gold, and therefore, you know, like, that was probably what I was basically aiming out. But other than that, there's also the Spectral Swan set, as well as the Cosmic Inquisitor set that you can get it from the game. Well, first, you guys have been seeing some of these players flexing. You want to join in the party too? Yep, time for you to make those roles happen.
I really, really like the design of the Spectral Swan, but the color of the Cosmic Inquisitor set. But you know what else I like? PMCC 2022 will be coming soon with a prize pool of 40,800 ringgit. This is the second qualifier, which you guys have one last chance to register now. This is the last chance to get to PMNC 2022, where for these players who join, there is a chance that you may just be picked up into the bigger teams to future-proof their teams. Or you may just get a big slice of that 40,000 ringgit at 800 ringgit.
That's right, and with true speed comes real attitude. This is the first original PUBG Mobile sports car that you can get in-game, as we have first with the help of Vasilius to offer you all these amazing skins, as you'll be able to flex in any maps that you play. And of course, grab it while it's hot, because it's not going to be in the stores forever.
I suddenly like the green one. I just realized how neon and bright it is, eye-catching. It'll be really cool to have in the game. And I mean, if someone's gonna be hearing me rushing into the area, it might be a sports car. But let's have a look at our predictions right now. And for me, it's gonna be GD and you're going for AE.
Yeah, Alter Ego.
I feel like we've swapped places.
Yeah, Alter Ego as well as GD, they both are great teams from PMPL ID. And Alter Ego, specifically today, they managed to make top 3 inside of their run in at Sanhok. Heading into Miramar, we see them do pretty well in particular. So I just think that it's all about the final few things that they have to do to secure a chicken dinner at hand. So closing the game in particular isn't exactly all too easy. We see teams like NFT tried against TEM, and it's all about getting advantages when it matters the most. And therefore, Alter Ego, they need to be precise. They need to make measures work for them.
Sometimes for Alter Ego, it feels like they get a little bit antsy, especially in these Mexican standoff situations. They want to make things happen, but timing is not necessarily on their side when that happens, because suddenly you see a third party come through for them, so they feel a little bit unlucky when it comes to that. Now for GD, they're not getting the advantage that they did get yesterday, those long-range sort of situations, so I think they want to replicate that if possible, and what better map than Miramar to make it happen. But as well, when you look at Group E though, you've seen the rise of Boom, SLD showing us their potential, looking really good, Bacon Time playing a greatly done survivability game, and as for Geek Fam doing Geek Fam things, it's been working out very, very great for them.
That's right, and in a matter of moments, we'll see where not can Group E basically stand against the rest of the competition here, as we'll take on Miramar for the second time coming for today.
Miramar! That was very anticlimactic. But anyways, coming back to Miramar, I think that last game showed one of the most interesting endings so far and really shows us how important positioning can be. But Flight Path today, I don't know what made the pilot have a really bad mood today, having these very, very skewed flight paths. This time around, those dropping in La Cabrera, Ruin, Story, Al Humada, Campo Militar, Water Treatment, El Pozo even, are gonna have a hard time. And I don't know why, I'm really thinking that the circle might shift toward northern side, because it's been pretty opposite recently, but who knows at this point.
Yeah, we just have to wait and see on what really forms up. Usually the case, it has been slightly left of center for the most part when it comes down to the way that the flight has been going. But this flight in particular, it does not really allow majority of all these teams to get into certain areas of play. And I guess now, without the presence of 4 rivals, they're happy not to play this map, because to get to Crucival is already a troublesome affair. But take a look at NFT. There's something going on over on the far western end. Good news for most squads is that it does move to the south side, but this is a very challenging circle to be played out, because majority of the areas are on top of those hills. PN United as well as NFT, they're on the very far western corner of the map. Not much loot's available, not much vehicles as well, and now it's just a sticky situation for both teams. And boy, oh boy, I think that they just have to settle the scores to Noah's. Just loading the full clip. He hopes to get thrown, but how many bullets does he still left in the tank though? He's just expending it all.
That's all he has.
He's getting tagged.
That's all he has. I think that sticky situation is the right word for it, as Max does get 1 knock. He'll be very happy with this. How he plays this can change the course of the time, as Max gets loaded up with damage. Batman already knocked as well. This is a great situation for BN United. We're also seeing fights on the other end as SLD already out of the way. What are you gonna be doing, Max? You're playing Ring Around the Rosie, but Vavel,
He's got the SLK though.
yeah, a little bit healthy compared to him. But if he plays it right, he may quickly get the knock. But both of them
can't even heal up.
playing, yeah, they have nothing. They only have a level 1 vest, level 1 helmet, and level 1 bag. That is a very, very precise shot coming in from Max. He turned that around. What a great play. And he's going to be able to pick up Ramon's, no problem at all. And actually not Ramon, sorry. He's going to be picking up his other teammate, no problem at all. As the rest of NFT is just going to cut their losses and move forward.
And
that shot.
He will hunt out the rest of NFT Esports, leaving only one more standing. One of the poorest starts for NFT. They came in, secured a second spot in the first round, and right after dinner time, everything has gone down south. And both teams have the same idea, going into the uncharted areas on the Western Plains to, in hopes, secure vehicles, and the battle for the vehicles have led them to their demise. BN United came up with all 4 points, and what's worse, NFT didn't even take any of these members down.
Was a very scary situation that they weren't able to close it with Max just surprising him with that jump shot. Regardless, my hopes for a Lost Higos circle is still in play if the circle keeps going southernward. For VPE, I think for them, they are really hungry to get that chicken dinner again. I think there is a certain standard of what they want to achieve. And for them, I think that they want to get more. I mean, when we see the track record of VPE, very aggressive, high kill counts, want to use aggression to get that area that they want, but it feels like they weren't able to in a lot of situations. And now for Geek Fam, I think that today is a pretty okay day for them, especially in Sanhok. They were actually able to get 10 eliminations before they got out quite early in the game, which launched them pretty high up. So I think their way of playing that aggressive game, getting those kills, while getting into the right area during rotations have been working out great for them.
That's right, and overall, Box Gaming, they have understood how to exactly play the rotation, and also for the fact that they have started to be a little bit more aggressive. They have finally gotten themselves back into a stable state at the very least. Sure, if you're comparing the current standings out of what you're seeing on the right side of your screen, they're on number 16. But keep in mind, now they have 31 points compared to what we first saw was like, what, 11, 12 points when we kick off the day. I could be wrong, but overall, they have been able to match up against Sem9, and they just need a little bit more help along the way, especially from you fans out there currently watching the show. Lend your support to your favorite teams out there. FaZe Clan tries to cut across, and you could already see FaZe Clan being very careful, not basically charging into this compound. Many of the teams have made prior mistakes, and Sem9, though they may have had their fair share of struggles, they are still a team to be respected. Nevertheless, Sem9 and that past round of Miramar, I would arguably say doing much better than what they did back in Sanhok, where the circle, sure, went towards this side. They managed to get 6 points out of that. But Sem9, they went out fighting the Savior and stand toe-to-toe.
This is the rise of Sem9 today, looking so good from the bottom of the barrel climbing up. I think this is a great day for them.
Boom Esports as well.
Yeah, them as well.
I feel like today is just
the rise of the I wouldn't call them underdogs. The rise of the lower brackets. The rise of the lower.
Rise of the Phoenix.
Rise of the Phoenix. Very nice. Rise of the doggy for Boom.
Doggy. I'm very, very sure that's not a dog.
What is it then? A wolf?
It's a wolf, werewolf.
Okay, the rise of the awoo.
Yep. You got it. You got it.
Oh man, I am still in shock at how NFT went out. And I think this is a situation that I would say is just very unlucky. You're dropping into an area that is possibly the last possible area with a vehicle.
The last game you were asking for fights between vehicles. You don't get the past game. Now
we didn't get the You know the what do you call that?
It's fine, but that was better because that was a 4-on-4 fight.
Oh yeah.
You know, like that sort of clash don't really happen in the early game.
No.
And for the fact that most members out of BN United, they've got all the weapons to book out. That itself is impressive. GD, they are now moving with their trailers. Same could be said about the Infinity, who are having a slow start to the day, but they are still one of the top teams out there. FaZe Clan just above them by 2 points, as they're sitting on the 100 over points marker. Alter Ego, though, 99, and they've always been able to just slide into the late game very smoothly.
I wanted to say that for Infinity, what's going on through their mind is that they had a pretty bad game in the last one. Miramar going up pretty early, getting one team member blown up. I think for them, they're one of the teams that's very consistent. They don't necessarily have to get the chicken dinner, but they do go out to the lobby with perhaps maybe between 5 and 10 points every single round. So for them to go out early just now, I think there should be a shift in mindset of what they want to do. So because each team has I would say, an objective, I think for Infinity, look at how early they're rotating in this time compared to before where they play on the outside, which shows that they really want to be able to make up for that points in terms of placement points, in terms of getting the right number of eliminations.
Exactly.
Because now you have to make up for points for 2 rounds.
And now with the circle moving into the hills, majority of the teams have been able to predict the whereabouts of this. Chumacera being the playground for the likes of many, but look at the clump of teams. SLD, Box Gaming, Geek Fam, as well as Vampire Esports are convoying from the north section. Same could be said about BN United after they take their loots in South El Pozo. They definitely deserve to enjoy a little bit longer of the spoils of war that they can possibly get. So it will take a while before you see full commitments coming in from teams like Geek Fam, as their priority is to get to where is necessary. For those teams, though, that have been over on top of the hill, these are some of my favorite battles because I've seen episodes of all these type of circles being around Chumacera. Like, it's one of the toughest plays to play, and all the DMRs that they can get, or even ARs that they're more proficient on, will prove to be something that they will have to rely on.
Alan, not landing those shots. I think for AE as well today. For AE, I think it's more of like, sometimes we saw this Mexican standoff between them and Vampire Esports in the last round in particular. And I'm really a bit upset that we didn't get to see what was the result. I mean, we know that VPE won in the end, but what exactly happened there? Because when it comes to the Battle of the Titans, I'm always curious to see what exactly turned out. But for SLD, you can see that they did get tagged. I'm not too sure if it's from Box.
It doesn't seem so.
No.
I think like it was from the blue zone.
Yeah. Oh, they just came inside, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite the journey. They just
took a
passing.
very long rotation.
Yeah, and they were just passing by Power Grid. It's still really far from the circle that's in Chumacera. So, BN United, they're also doing exactly the same thing, just that they have more boosters and they've already stocked up early on from El Pozo. Now, it's a little bit slower than usual, other than the fights that BN United have taken. Max LV have been able to really clutch that one as he secured 3 out of the 4 takedowns in that particular match.
BN United today.
Ooh.
A little bit of an accident here. I think for BN United, what's really good about them today is the confidence in taking these gunfights very, very early, even if they're getting pushed up. I'm really liking how they really rally up together whenever they're attacked. They're not one to back up from a fight. It's very rare that we see them take a tactical retreat. They're like, we started, we end it together. And in most situations, it works out really well in their favor. Not too sure if Olio just did a very long-range shot just now, because I did see one player tagged.
Looks like it, and that's FaZe Clan peeking out the window of the churches. And I don't think there's much of a prayer left for them. Tony K also receiving a little bit of brunt of the damage being done by the side of Yoodo Alliance. And the funny thing is this, FaZe Clan as well as Yoodo Alliance, they've been meeting each other very frequently when it comes down to their matchups inside of Miramar. But the surprise is that you expect a team like Yoodo Alliance to basically give way, but they basically have a great attitude where they just basically fight their way through. Now, there's a huge problem for most of these teams as it goes deeper into Minas de Val. A little bit rarer to see that it does cover a little bit of the waters of Valdemar. So there's not too many high hills to work with. There's about
They have to
one
go
over
down.
north, or two over the north, one over the south. Boom Esports is holding onto the southern side, but it's relatively tricky. But I just love what I'm seeing.
Is someone actually going to take this?
Fights.
Are they actually going to take this fight? Please, I'm really hoping so. We haven't seen a very aggressive Sam9 just yet. But it looks like a tactical retreat will be in their books. But as for the rest, FaZe Clan, BAC, look at the Great Migration happening. It's always fun seeing these kind of hills and they just going through the Great Migration.
Yeah, and I guess some may migrate no more because they're about to be put to a halt. Alter Ego now getting peppered by the rest of Infinity. Nuzi spots one, gets some damage over onto the side of Red now. And Nuzi repositions, spots out more players out of bacon time. FaZe Clan drives forward. Ego Esports are also landing a couple of all these attacks onto the buggy. Isis managed to trick straight off as they are all in a little bit of a tricky spot. Ventura now taken off Namshin with some perfect spray. Now marking onto Tony K as well, but he will have to rescue Chua first and foremost.
This is a very, very nice location that 2E has held on to. They have become the gatekeepers, and as for Yoodo Alliance, Repo Boy gets a knock onto Shirties. This is really good, as they can push up on Bacon Time. The rest of Bacon Time are just running for their lives. The car explodes, and Noisy will be the second one knocked out. Repo Boy making so much work of this team. Shamel though does get knocked down by another team, but still from the backside with the backstab. Gonna be sending him straight back to the lobby. No pickups as well as Nisil will be traded out in return. Here comes the other members of DBD as well, wanting to join in the fight.
That was a great refract coming from Adik Luke. Now Yen's going to be able to pick up the pace as they did manage to find a takedown onto Shamil. Now Ziggs covering over on the other side of the flank. There's going to be Boom Esports nearing onto the rest of the members as well. Bacon Time now have a little bit of ditch here to work with to play a little bit more defensively as Alter Ego loses more members than they should. Bacon Time just getting a lot of all this intel from all these areas of play. But look at GD, they're smack right in the middle, and Vampire Esports arriving into the scene from the back. This is going to be proving to be a very tough course to be played out by all these teams, 7 of them over on the south side, and it will move deeper into the territories of Infinity. And mind you, that is the only warehouse over the top of the hill that they are taking over. So everybody else that's not around, they're just gonna be crushed into smithereens.
Getting into this area is a problem because you have to go past that high terrain to come through. Taking fights is gonna be so difficult. For now, Hexas, he wants to push up forward. Yen as well. Hexas spots one out. Look at the damage coming through, but Hexas does go down in the end. Yummy from the other side wants to help his teammates. He pushes up. He gets one. Will he get two is the question. Not quite yet. He's getting two, but he's not good enough for that. But Jimmy OP from the backside does get the knock instead. Immediately going to be going play first 8 to pick up all 3 of his teammates.
DBD having Jimmy to basically save them by the bell. And for a moment, I thought that that sort of DP spray down would have actually gotten everything for the side of GD as they try to make a run for their life. Clips them off. The rest of GD have faltered. 14 place, only 1 elimination point, and it's due to their firepower, and they could not even afford to pick up those sort of fights. Vampire Esports just stalking everybody else. I guess that's what vampires do.
Yeah, they've been hiding in the back there for so long, not making a single sound. They're just waiting for the right opportunity either to strike or not. Regardless, Boom Esports waiting at the bottom side. Hexas is so very low. I think Jimmy OP is very, very interested in pushing upwards but look at Razy. He throws the nade, does put in some damage, but DBD thinking that they're going to reposition a little bit to the back. I think what's really dangerous here is the fact that for Boom, they only have 2 members left, but look at the balls of steel they have to go aggressive. Jimmy OP, even though they're being stalked by the wolves, they even want to stalk the vampires as well.
Vampire Esports, they honestly don't have that many room for places to go about with. So if they were to basically commit, they still have to pass members inside of FaZe Clan. Vampire Esports getting stabbed by the members of DBD. Jimmy with a pick onto the side of Schweppes, and we see him trying to basically push forward more members inside of FaZe Clan, now attacked by the rest of SLD, while Renal will take down Lycan with the third-party skirmish. Vampire Esports, they're all by the ditch. Jimmy OP now with the push. Now he will find the rest of Stone, and he will be flipped by the grenade instead. DBD, one by one, they fall. They still try to put a couple of grenades as Echo trades back, fights over onto the low end. They can't spot them inside of smoke, but they will spray regardless. And Vampire Esports is still about to take a few members left, but Vampire will fall.
DBD looking so good. Great use of the terrain as well. We didn't mention FaZe being looked at from one of the teams on the other side. But AE playing it very quiet. We know that AE is so great at that kill steals, and they are going to have to take care of the area. What's great about them is if anyone were to pass them, they can just pick them off one by one. The question is, how many picks can they get? Like FaZe yesterday, they got every single person who passed by. But for Geek Fam, I think what's really interesting is that they're very quiet.
Yeah, but overall, just look at how hard DBD is working in this matchup. 7 elimination points. You tell me they can take out GD, they can't even take out Vampire Esports. Like, these are some of the top teams from all the other regions, and they are just getting started here.
Look
sure,
at the 9.
they only have 2 more left. Sem9, they are on the other end. More grenades being primed in by Chua. Ego Esports, they are not in a position to fight. There's still a little bit of hurdle for them to get into the circle. Infinity loses their state, as they will have to eventually move towards Bacon Time as well as Boom Esports. Things have been working well for Boom for today.
Sem9 as well, but they're a little bit too far from the circle. They need to take this fight to move forward. But as for DBD, oh wow, FaZe already out. That's going to be SLD that eliminates them. This is a very aggressive Sem9. They're moving forward right now, but Adif does get knocked down. Here comes Chua from the other side. He is so aggressive. He wants to blow up that car. He gets another one in return as well. His teammates not able to save him, but they get 10th place. 0 eliminations for Sem9. It looks so good.
And the rest of Infinity, they're also charging right in. They want to spoil the party as they have finished off the rest of Sem9. And Nusa, he did cook up the grenade. He picked a few pointers up. Ego Esports, they're in the brink of defeat if they don't do something about it. And you can see every other team here trying to get out of this mess. SLD, they're also convoying using whatever vehicles that they have to move into the circle. But keep in mind, Bacon Time, BN United, they're already by the edge of the circle. They're trying to gatekeep everybody else. Infinity taking a little bit too long. They've been here in the warehouse, and they really have to make a move.
They're trying to go for that pinch here. Look at that 3-1 formation coming through. Gonna cook up that nade. They know exactly where Alter Ego is. But Tuni takes some damage from the other side. BAC just prepping to shoot them from their long range. Mela with the sprays come true. That damage is not gonna be allowed him to stay here in one spot. Mela from the other side. We know that he's a Kobe. Let's see if it actually hits this time is the question. Nusa from the other side. He does have the firepower to move forward.
Namjoon runs over Jimmy OP, 1 member down from the side of DBD as they manage to secure 5 points for the Vietnamese side. Well, whereas Echo is the only one left for the side of DBD. Melo does find 1 member off the side of Alter Ego, but there's still more crosshairs pointed at the side of Infinity, and therefore they can't even afford to take too long of a peek, or else they will get shot. Nusa is stalking behind. He's going to be having a little bit more of a takedown there, while Echo goes in for that push all alone. It's do or die. He's also getting tagged as well. Ego Esports pins her up. Same goes to Nusa, pushing forward against the rest of Alter Ego as they get wiped out.
Look at how aggressive Infinity is today. They already have 7 eliminations right now. Looking so good for them. They want to make up for the lost points, and they have that mission in mind. As for Echo, going prone, this is a very smart move for him. The terrain will protect him, but look at 2E. They're so... being pressured right now by Infinity. One goes down. It's going to be Nusa with the aggression, and you know that he is able to choke the team if he wants to. Mela cooks up the nade, putting down the smokes as well for his teammates because it's such a very, very open area. But in the circle, there's only 2 teams right now. It's going to be BAC as well as 2E, and it's getting really, really hard because it's the bottom side of the terrain.
They will just play very defensively for now, but Infinity, they are in the best position possible.
9
Even though they don't
eliminations.
really have the circle upon them, they can eventually propel forward because there's only 1 member left from the side of Ego Esports that's inside. And on top of that, SLD, they're just turtling in. With this 2-2 split that's covering the lower end, the rest of Infinity can basically close them out. Boom Esports, though, they just really have to hold out. Same goes to Bacon Time. But speaking of Bacon Time, BN United, they are rushing right in. So BN United, they're coming in with diamond formation, though. And they finally spot out FIDMT. Nusa just hoping that he'll move. He's got to look out for that grenade, though.
Nusa taking his time here, which is really good. You don't want to get isolated without actually getting a trade. As for Echo, DBD is actually showing a really good promise today. They already have 7 eliminations in hand. He's the last person alive, and this is the best place for him to hide. Regardless, he has to be careful because these areas are prone to be checked. And as for Boom,
Hexas.
yeah, Hexa's already knocked. Risey wants to get the pickup here, but look at this aggression coming in from SLD. None of the shots are going to be hitting. Kwang from one side, throwing out that nade. Not enough to actually damage Infinity, enough to make them move. But here comes Nusa from one side. The damage coming through for Boom. Boom not in a good situation. Eliminated right now. It's going to be 7th place with 4 eliminations for them.
Yeah, overall, Boom have tried their hardest here, but these terrains, like I said, a little tad too difficult for them to navigate around. 10 elimination points coming in for Infinity. Just being some brutal monsters moving all about, everywhere they go, they claim lives, and just add it all up, they currently have 113.
Oh, no, he's not.
Echo just sharing around the compound as Capone, hoping to find him right behind that truck. I think he knows already where he needs to be. The rest of BN United will be surrounding him. The Blue Zone's already here. He does get more than done. Echo to secure the point, but instead he falters before he gets to do so. BN United still healthy with all 4 members.
So is Infinity. Regardless, Infinity does have the high ground as well. This might be a good thing for them. You don't necessarily need a circle, you just need the area to give you that advantage. And Nusa, he is not backing down. The amount of pressure Infinity is putting to those inside of the circle has been absolutely insane. They have to move, they have to find an area to find cover. And the rotations coming through from Infinity, look at how they're playing. They're playing not too far from each other, but not close enough to be exploded.
And speaking of explosion here, I believe there will be plenty of it. FIDMT have already counted his lucky stars that he survived till the top 4. The vehicle will be burned off from GOD2D. Now he's going to be stranded for the moment. BN United challenges from the south side. Bacon Time have remained silent for the most part. And really, look at those angles. 1-2-1 split, and GOD2D has been tagged up. There's only 3 more behind. Bacon Time does see an opportunity here to strike. As they take over the compound, they eventually have to make a move. There is a cap package that Bacon Time could basically utilize to hit into the final few battles. Infinity now congregates into the middle of it all. 4 shots being fired from the side of Capone. He goes in for a reload, 30 bullets in his shell. But extend them back onto this Mini 14. But it's so hard to even spot Logan in the grasses of the desert.
Infinity does go down eventually by Noah's.
Spots out.
Yeah, Nusa just taking his time. He's not going to engage just yet. He's going to try and bait out the teammates. He wants to get that information first because this can actually influence the way that they rotate into the area, how exactly they want to crash inside. As for Mela, I know that they know there's 2 players in one compound, but are they aware that ISIS is inside there? Capone from one side. They want to push up here. This is great, but look at the damage coming through from Nusa. That pressure is great, but this is bad because they're being pressured right to the blue zone. They're stuck into the blue zone as well as BN United. And ISIS finally gets spotted out. He's very low, needs to find that reset, but Nusa is eating up so much damage, finally going down. Max has been insane with these shots.
And now there's only 2 more members left for the side of Infinity. Each of these players from BN United as well as Bacon Time have 1 member fallen out. ISIS will not really have that much time. They are thinking about it. Should they go in for the revive? Doesn't seem like they could even do so. It's phase 7 starting into 8. And Zunoas priming a huge nade into the vast open, hoping to clip onto Logan, and it does, leaving him with a glimmer of health. Zunoas goes in for a quick restock. He's already got 3 takedowns through the course of the battle. Mela as well as Logan, they're just side by side. They are very close to the circle. The furthest away is the rest of the members of BN United, but they are just piling on the pressure, trying to crack open the defensive setup of the Infinity.
Oh no,
and he's
Mela.
throwing Molotov and BN. They lose one. Logan with great angle, a glimpse towards Max LV.
Look at BAC just taking their time, but Mela knows exactly what they're doing, putting on the pressure, not allowing them to even push up. This is a great situation because they need to protect themselves. They are the team with the lowest number of bodies as well as resources. You see Amstel getting that reset on. He's priming that grenade as well to get a shot onto Infinity. Mela now in trouble, so very low, has to go for the reset once again.
Oh, he gets
this pressure is just not great onto them.
Did you see that?
I saw that.
Right underneath the vehicle, they managed to land that pixel of a shot. Now it's going to be 9 noise, dropping that grenade, and it does hit onto Logan. He's forced to crawl right into the circle, and there's so little room. Bacon Time knows that he's hiding right underneath the noses, while the rest of BN United, they understand this is the best time to push. They have the numbers advantage against everybody else, while the rest of Bacon Time, they're on the lower ground. Zunoas with an MG3, he shreds them off. Amstel down, and it's going to be ice inside the smoke. Can he find him though? More damage being done, and immediately with that snap into the face, it's Bacon Time down. BN United here with a ticket dinner.
Dictating the entire circle. They knew that they didn't have the high ground advantage. They had to push up against Infinity, take them out before they can finally push up against Bacon Time. And one thing about Bacon Time I felt a little bit sad about was because they are a little bit too scared to leave that compound. So they were left in a position of a disadvantage.
And on top of it all, just look at the way that BN United have been striking onto both targets. They were basically putting a little bit more of the pressure onto Infinity, and they shoved them all the way back. And that clip coming in from Bacon Time into taking down Mela over on the lower side, I think like that itself is quite the play to have basically annihilated the rest of the Infinity, who initially had that sort of advantage. And once the rest of BN United understood that, okay, we got 4 members, let's just take this high roller of a decision to basically run the cross. They got the MG3, and there's nothing else to worry about. The high firepower weapon has been able to bring advantages back to the team, and of course, pulls it all out. But in the early skirmish, we see a lot of great work coming in from TEM Esports.
I think what's to be noted as well is that when you look at the map of Miramar, I think the problem lies where the rotations were just a little bit hard. When you have a map, a flight path that's a little bit rough on you, and then you have a circle that's going a little bit more down south, you saw a lot of rotations coming through from all of the same sides. The northern side was completely empty because no one was able to drop there. And you saw these very, very mid-game fights because of the rotation coming through. Oh, we did have a person getting run over. So I'm very, very happy about that. So coming in for Infinity, I think that one thing about Infinity is that they had an idea in mind. But the thing is that you mentioned before, even though they had this high ground advantage, the circle is just not in their favor. They were forced to push to be pushing out, and in front of them was just all open. And BN United saw this opportunity, took that advantage, and used the whole thing to the point that even BAC wasn't able to push out. They want to play third party and wait, and they can't even leave their area.
Zunoas with that triple takedown to basically close everything out was some of the biggest highlights of the match itself. And we see some great grenades being thrown out that secured multiple numbers out there. So BN United, sure, they did travel very, very far. They were the ones to also start things off with 4 elimination points as they take on NFT Esports, and they just kept farming it up. While they had the longest rotation, they start off in El Pozo, or should I say the outskirts of nowhere, to get to this area play is just impressive overall. So 31 points, definitely hard-earned from the squad of Vietnam, while the Infinity, despite falling on 3rd place, they managed to clinch 22 points to close off the matchup. And Bacon Time, well, well, it's really interesting to also see that they only managed to secure 2 elimination points, though they make it into the top 2.
Honestly, I think a lot of the teams that we expected to make it out on top didn't really. Honestly, when I saw that unorthodox circle, I thought that it's gonna be Geek Fam. But even they weren't able to do it. But look at Noah.
This is the highest number that we've got.
Exactly. 7 eliminations has been insane. But for Zunoaz, I think what's really great about him is that he's able to really not only dictate the circle, but the pressure he's given not only made Infinity fall back, but also kept BAC at bay. And because he has that confidence from that 4 kills he got in the beginning, it felt like he was in a great position where he felt really good to take all of these fights.
That's right, and Infinity, with that level of consistency, making it to the top 3, they managed to put themselves back to the top of the table, this time pushing both TEM as well as FaZe Clan down a spot, and Alter Ego continues to push more and more of these points to move up to the top 4. And then the other changes that we do see are improvements coming in from not only SLD but BN United, who have gotten that chicken dinner to close it off into the top 8 with 84 points.
Honestly, it's surprising when you saw just now 3 teams went out to the lobby with 0 points. Not a single kill, not a single placement point. And I think it's because of those early fights. They're forced to. They can't drop in their usual area. Boom Esports, surprisingly, is doing pretty well just now, even though they didn't manage to get as many kills as they wanted to. But the survivability, the time of their survival has been a lot longer than usual. So we're seeing that Boom finally has the right idea in terms of how they want to play this game in general. Regardless, though, it's been a rough week for Circles and Flight Paths, and these teams as teams who persevere and actually adapted, especially if you look at FaZe, if you look at Infinity and TEM and BN United, has been looking really great.
That's right. Well, let's trail back into how some of these top teams have been able to make it all the way into these valleys of death that I do like to call it, around that Chumachera corner of hills, where I have always enjoyed some of all these battles that have happened from the high elevated hills as well as the low grounds. So the initial fight started from that northern part of Valdemar, where the 4 points have been secured by BN United. They moved into El Pozo, but took their time to get into the city of Valdemar. So that's their 3rd checkpoint to get more loots. And it favors them because they have that direct access from that far west, where majority of the teams were not around for that moment. So that gives them so much of that leverage where they don't really have to clutter up as compared to the teams that were coming in from the east. So as we saw, 7-9, they were in many of all these battles, and we've seen them bring up against many teams. Even FaZe Clan got clipped out very early on. Infinity, what's impressive is that they were fighting from the high ground, and they understand that, okay, if they were to take a fight, they cannot afford to peak very long because BN United, as well as Big in Time, they can trade back. And they were held for quite some time. So Infinity, they took this approach to cut across with this 1-2-1 setup, and they think that, okay, this is a good area of play where they could basically hold out to. But honestly, there was no cover. Meanwhile, Big in Time, they have all the cover they need. BN United have half the cover, while they still have that perfect bird's eye view to basically wrap it all around, and therefore Big in Time just gets overwhelmed by the very end of it all.
I think that when you look at the graphic again, Big in Time probably was a little bit too aggressive, a little bit more overextended compared to what we saw from BN United.
Though.
I wouldn't say passive. I don't
they
think
only have 2 takedowns.
Exactly.
And they haven't really gotten.
No, I would say like they weren't trying to play it passive. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to put like a situation where you have like the front line and the back line. But the problem is when you have BN United as a little bit too aggressive, they kind of rush at you and you get caught off guard. And I think that's the smartest idea I've thought about it, because when you look at the terrain again, actually BAC had the slight high ground.
If you look back at BN United, they have full understanding that, okay, they were taking the fight against the Infinity. So once that was cleared up, there can only be one spot where Big in Time is hiding.
That's the confidence coming through over there.
So basically great understanding from all these members of BN United. Like, Zunoa's got that sure.
He's insane,
man. He's got ego of lion, you know, like, and of course he basically dominated with that MG3.
Yeah.
He just go running at them like he doesn't care.
His sprays have been very, very scary. But for now, let's have a look here. And these are the highest damage dealers. Honestly, with 7 eliminations, can you really think of a better, you know, damage? 1,169 puts him way ahead of the rest. But Nusa was also not bad. You see him leading the charge, and he's always been in the front line, putting in that damage with his teammates helping from the back line. Of course, there's Mela as well. And you know, Mela's, I would say that for Mela, a lot of his damage comes in from his really epic grenade throws.
Yeah, I would say so as well. TEM, Infinity, FaZe Clan, as well as NFT are the teams to watch out here inside of Erangel. TM won that epic battle in that city terrain of Yasna Polyana. FaZe Clan have quite the impressive record inside this map as well, but PMPL Esports, I think, were one of the last few teams that has stood the test of time when it comes down to epic battles by the edges. But we've seen both Indonesia as well as Thailand battle out for the chicken dinner for most part. Now, with Group A, B, D, E playing, we won't have any players coming in from Ego Esports, FaZe Clan, NFT, as well as SEM9. So, there's going to be a little bit more of an area where a lot of these teams that have yet to prove themselves worthy in Erangel, they're about to do that.
I think if you look at Eagle Esports and stuff, they were very aggressive. So it gives a little bit of breathing room for a lot of these teams. So regardless, I'm really curious to see what exactly that we can expect from, especially from Group E, I have to say. Because today, when you look at Boom Esports, Geek Fam, and SLD, minus BAC, they haven't been showing that potential that we wanted to see just yet. I mean, for Boom Esports, I think my expectations are a little bit higher because I wanted to see them come back from the rough week they had. And as for Geek Fam, after their really high plays yesterday and the day before that, they haven't seemed to show themselves.
That's true, and of course, we just gotta take a little bit of break from all these heavy discussions, and of course, talk about a lot of new offerings that we have in PUBG Mobile, especially with this collaboration with Bobo Boy. We got something in store for you in this month itself, October 2022, where you can basically score yourself some good stuff if you guys are fans of the show itself.
How did you know it was October 22?
2022.
Oh. I was so excited. I was like, is there a specific date? I'm really excited. That's why. But on Wednesdays, we wear pink. And also on Wednesdays, we play PUBG Mobile with Rabu Padu Menang Selalu. That's the hashtag, by the way. If you're sharing this on TikTok to make new friends, please use this hashtag. Because honestly, for me, when you're playing on Wednesday, and of course, if you want to make friends, TikTok is the greatest place. So get your classic coupon crate by playing here. This is going to be phase number 2.
That's right. So gather your friends and have a lot of fun and be rewarded in every Wednesday.
You want to play with me on Wednesday?
Well, we got a cast to do usually on Wednesday, but if I do have free time, yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, after this, Erangel, the El Clasico. Everyone knows Erangel, and we've had some of the most epic circles and epic endings. Remember that 1v1 yesterday? Oh, that was...
Which one?
I don't remember which teams though.
There's
so many matches that happened. Yeah. It was Vampire Esports and...
Oh, I remember now, the one in the warehouse.
Yes, that's the one.
Yep. And I hope that there's going to be more of those type of action going on because we know a lot of all these players, they practice a lot in team deathmatch where they go into that warehouse map and they just challenge each other to see who reached those 40 points by the end of that round.
You want to 1v1 me?
Nah, I know I will win anyways.
Wow. That hurt me on a very deep level, guys. I don't know if I can recover.
I don't want to hurt your ego even more.
Oh, it's already... I can't come back from this, man. It's already gone.
Yeah.
You've been roasting me since Wednesday, dude.
It's okay. The roasting will be over tonight.
Oh, thank God. Well, I'll see you again next week, though. Okay. Now, talking about Erangel, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting a lot of all these teams to be much more well-equipped into those rotations, and as much as we see majority of these players who have been playing have been looking at battles in a very straightforward manner, I think like more often than not teams will need to consider to pull back, especially in the early game where when you do lose out a few members, you know your chance for that dinner is going to be slimmed down. And even to secure a top 4 will be hard. And unless if you're a team that has been so confident throughout the past 2 weeks that you have won every fight with high ratios of success, then sure, go ahead for it. But most often than not, teams that are on the lower side, we have seen them step up, and they're definitely going to be doing a lot of footwork.
Yeah, but let's have a look at our predictions. I'm going to go for Geek Fam and you for TM. I think TM is a great choice from you. When you think about it, their performance today has been very good, and even if they don't get the chicken dinner, they've been absolutely consistent. Now, for Geek Fam, the reason I chose them is because they tend to pendulum. So, because they haven't been up there just yet, I'm really hoping that they want to end the night with a bang, so I'm putting them there as a copium pick. I feel like a lot of my picks have been copium picks, so...
Because you've been talking a lot with Geek Fam.
Oh, actually, I haven't.
What do you mean you haven't?
I mean, I interviewed them once.
Twice?
Oh.
Hello?
See?
Could be twice. Might be today, you know?
Might be again today, so let's hope. Let's hope. But honestly, if I were to think about which team that shows great potential, I really think it's going to be Infinity. They've been really consistent, even if they don't get the chicken dinner. Like, we saw just now that they were able to get, what, maybe 7 eliminations? But if you think about it again, just now, even though Geek Fam went out early, they had 10 eliminations. So if the aggression keeps going on, it'll be great. But honestly, when you think about Geek Fam again in that previous map, they were very quiet.
Yeah, I think there's not much that can be said about the past match performance because it's all about who gets first dips on those hills. And if you really don't get it, then you just have to wait it out until you're safe to get that clearance to enter into the circle. And therefore, that match inside Miramar was very, very difficult. Now, moving into this matchup first, last we went into this map, Circle went into Inside Polygon, that's where TM shined brightest. The reason why I vote for TM again, today they showed why they could basically win trades. They have been able to play the healing game in Sanhok. On the next match itself inside Miramar, they just got that hard-fought battle and they have gotten that chicken dinner. So today, they are the strongest team that I'm seeing to be able to close out the rounds. Despite, of course, a lot of all the other teams here have been showing up inside Miramar, especially teams from Indonesia like NFT, like GD, who say that even the Malaysian teams couldn't do it at all. Because Geek Fam, yes, they look good. There's also Sem9 that could basically put a dent to everybody else.
Speaking of that, though, we're gonna head over to Erangel. So buckle up, guys, we're going. I really wanted to say that in terms of getting an area early, in terms of rotations, I think there's no better team than DX. They're so quick on the ball reacting to the circle. It's just really unfortunate when it comes to those overwhelming high-pressure cooker moments, they're not able to hold on. Regardless, I think that every team should take a look at how exactly they're playing their rotation game. But in terms of flight path, though, I think this is a very casual flight path. It shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Indeed, and if the Infinity is in this matchup, they will have gotten that perfect access into Mildo Power, whereas Vampire Esports are happy about this Northern-centric start, as they are sending Ravenclaw all alone in the 70, and I'm just really surprised that no teams are opting to drop in towards that northern area other than that sole member of VPE. So,
I like that.
For Bacon Time, they are taking over North George, which will see them eventually meet up with Geek Fam if Geek Fam were to go back into the hospital grounds. And for most part, a lot of these teams are making a lot of necessary switches. Geek Fam, to get this perfect access, due to the fact that FaZe Clan probably not in this current matchup, TM gets the whole area of this now for their own play's sake. But Circle remains to be in between the Gadko region.
They really like this left side of the map ever since yesterday. Regardless, this is going to be very interesting because AE likes to go on SMB, but hold that thought because SLD is in trouble. One player already out so early. That's going to be 1 point for Yoodo Alliance. Speaking of Yoodo Alliance, just now wasn't their best matchup. I believe they went out without any points. I cannot remember. No, they did. They did have placement points, but no elimination points. So for Yoodo Alliance, I think that they want to make up for that matchup in particular. So coming back to AE, because of this particular circle, I'm a little bit worried for them, because if they want to cross in upwards north into the mainland, they do have to go through the bridge. And you did see a team actually drop nearby the area. So the question begs whether or not they can cross safely. Maybe most of the time they have made it through, no worries.
Ooh.
Wow,
Wait,
magic.
What's in the box?
Very expensive guns. It's golden colored.
Oh boy.
It's a minus gun.
We do have ourselves a little bit of drama going on inside the farm. And boom, you're about to find themselves their worthy adversaries. They're brethren from the same region, GD. Only having 2 members here are not really in the best spot to pick up this fight. 2-2 split coming in from Boom Esports as every individual members of what we're seeing from GD is trying to hold their ground. Yummy now over the top side of the roof. Octave gets caught out.
Damage.
Nate will be dropped in as well. Nishal just finding a
couple of
cracks. And oh my goodness, Nishal did bring one member as Booms get the headshot. GD actually wins out the trade against Boom. And oh my goodness, Booms again. So little HP left, but he does the trick, landing the tags onto Octa.
What a play from Booms. I can't believe they're winning this. They're 2 on 4, regardless. Here comes the nades. They're throwing it in. Geronimo. I'm pretty sure if he's quick enough, it's gonna hit right on time. And there we go. It's gonna get one. Knocks another one in return. And they are so very aggressive. Yummy, what are you gonna do? You are all alone. And the cavalry is now here as the other members of GD is trying to help. Sissel pushing through the window. Does spot out. He does know that he's exactly in that room. Yummy does find one in return. What a play with the double barrel.
Yummy still coming in hot here with the S10. And he's just going to go rotate around. He's going to spot. Oh, my goodness. He does get the shot, but not enough to take him down just yet. Yummy does have to go in for some quick reloads, but he still needs to do enough damage. Hack coming from afar. And he does get dropped point blank onto the side of Allen. Now 1 versus 1. And now he's going for the rush. Daybon, what is he doing? He turned his back. He turned his back on the wrong timing. Yummy secures another. And this is the real 1 versus 1. Official with a VSS. Not the best weapon in a close proximity match, but Yummy, he doesn't have much health. He does go in for the first aid kit to heal up. Now, with only this weapon here, they have been able to clutch it out. He did take a few members out, and it is down to Snishel. He has the micro Uzi. Yummy runs it, and he lands it. Oh, 4 kills by Yummy. He aged out the entirety of GD.
Oh my god. I can't believe this.
Yummy.
What a tug of war situation here. First it was a 2-on-4 between GD and Boom.
It's a mad lad.
It was a mad lad. I can't believe he won in the end, but they lost a lot so early. But Yummy, that was a great weapon for a CQC. How he did play that is so good.
It's an S10 shotgun, and I'm telling you that's possibly the worst shotgun out of the many. And he got all 4 members of GD.
He is really good with the timing.
It wasn't the S12K. It wasn't. It's not the S5 shotgun as well. And my goodness.
Dude, my head is
4 points. Boom Esports. Here to wow everybody and prove the doubters wrong. Boom. Just sends everyone off by surprise, but oh my goodness.
Yummy is running for his life.
Come on, don't do this thing. He just had his glorious moment.
He's running.
I believe that they heard those shots
chasing.
earlier.
They're chasing. Here comes Sunny. He is just rushing for his life. Exactly. He's like, we gotta do this on the go, guys. We didn't get our kill. Yummy going into the water. He doesn't want to get the points. He's just swimming downwards right now. Fish out of water. Eventually has to come up for air. But Infinity, we know that they will chase until the ends of time. What Mela is
He wants
doing
to say
is
hi.
providing that information for his teammates to shoot. None of the shots are hitting. Yummy does not want to give a single point to them. He would rather drown than go, wow, everyone's taking a swim. Everyone's on a beach holiday. And slowly, Yummy's HP is depleting. And he goes down.
A painful way to end off the round, especially when Yummy has done so much in that earlier skirmish.
I'm so sad.
Infinity here to basically rain on his day as if it couldn't get worse from there.
Oh, man.
Yep, leaving him at least a box of, not chocolates, but yep.
No, man. White chocolate.
I'm very sure that isn't white chocolate. If
It
it's a
can
snowman.
be. It can be.
You gotta decide if it's ice or chocolate, girl.
White chocolate ice cream.
You win.
Man, I wish that that moment could be immortalized forever. Seriously, that was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. But let's look at healing here. Look at Almstyle's healing. Wow, 15,000. What does it say about an individual who heals up a lot? Is he a
He's
tank?
a doctor.
Doctor? I would say he was a tank. He tanked all of the damage for his team. I am the
Have
shield.
something against doctors.
You know what? Look at BN. Silence taking up so much damage by Logan. He does get one in the end. Sends him straight to the lobby. Whoa, he just drove straight into the water. What are you doing?
Oh.
What happened? Little bit of an accident there as Logan is trying to fish for him.
I mean, this isn't the first guy in the water. And
Everyone's swimming
probably
today. Look at him. He's so far.
some of these guys just have to learn some lessons. Infinity is doing exactly the same. Everybody is into party like it's Songkran right now. And
That's a good reference. I
Max
love it.
LV, he's just gonna be on the edges here. Being United is hugging by. They've always been doing this. Like, how are teams falling for it again and again? I'm honestly not too sure. Logan as well as Newsy, they're out for the hunt. Well, Infinity just keeps getting free points. Free points!
Infinity would swim for those points. This is the second time they've done it. He sees him. In the end, what are you going to do? Here's Capone. He's playing the healing game. He's just like, you will die for me and become the distraction as I find my way out of this pickle.
Right now,
Are you
I guess
kidding
like
me?
he would just let it slide. If he doesn't get the kill, the Blues will. So, Infinity, it's amazing to see
drowned.
that they are very active into seeking out every single points that they could possibly get.
They're all swimming.
And they're already at, what, the #1 spot for quite a while as well. So they don't really have too much worry, but because they just want to exert dominance. and
Exactly.
That's where they just basically force being United into this chokehold like it's Star Wars or something.
Look at cheeky little corner.
I've never seen being United forced into an area like this.
No, never. This is the first
And they
time.
just won the chicken dinner. I feel like this is vengeance exacted from the side of Infinity because they were taken down in the previous match.
By BN. Very, very early as well.
Yeah.
But
So
look at Schweppes.
they definitely do have an agenda right there. Geek Fam, though.
I don't want to pass by Infinity. They hold a grudge, man.
Yeah. But like for Geek Fam, they are chill people for the most part. Now everybody suspects that the circle will move into the ruins and Pachinki area. I do love to see Pachinki endings.
Me too.
And Infinity finally makes their way into the circle. Tired of fishing, huh?
Yeah, they're like, that's enough time messing around. We're using too many of our health kits. Trying to get tank the blue zone and go swimming. But I don't think it's... Look at how many teams are already in the middle side. Already taking a leaf out of DX's playbook.
Quite a plenty. And
How chill they are. They're just like...
again, United, I hope they do have enough resources to get by, though.
I mean, they have still 2 players.
Yeah, but they're so far away.
They really are. I'm just hoping. I'm just hoping. They'll be fine.
Hoping and coping.
Exactly. For DVD, I think they had a pretty good run today. Not necessarily the highest in terms of placements, but their aggression has been pretty good. How they exact that pressure on the other teams and holding the area has been great. For now, for Geek Fam, this pendulum sort of playstyle that we've seen, it happens every single season, but it's very, very worrying when you go several rounds in a row and not getting like a little higher in terms of placement points. But they are getting kill points instead. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world for them.
They're also almost reaching the quota of a 100-point target that they set for themselves.
Oh yeah, that's all they wanted.
And the week is not even ending yet. That is something that was easily achievable, which they will. A TEM already on the pursuit finds Ravenclaw, 1 point being backed by TEM.
Was Ravenclaw still alone just now, or did he already meet with his teammates?
I believe that he's already met up with some of them, while everyone has gotten a hunch that it will move into the areas of ruins. And that is where the playground will be. Meanwhile, Box Gaming plays from the outskirts along with DBD from the southwest. Geek Fam on top of the hill will have to keep moving. While Alter Ego Esports, I like what they are doing here. They're taking the heels of Pachinki with a 25% of a chance that it will still swerve towards the southern end. And if that happens, Alter Ego would have a really good spot to hold out with. TEM though.
I like their area. It's a really good area. They're always on the ball when it comes to taking these areas, and they're really good at holding it as well. Very similar to DX, but they're a little bit more aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, look at that. Foreman already opening fire onto the members of VPE. Left with only 3 left, I think, for VPE. Yep, because Ravenclaw already taken out, and TEM gonna rush forward into the clutches of Geek Fam. They have all the information they need. Bevy is the one who tanked that damage, no worries. So they're just gonna meet back with their teammates, but look at how many teams are shooting at them.
I just love how quickly they made that U-turn because, I mean, if you played the game, sometimes you know, like, it's not so easy to swerve any of these rules, and Geek Fam almost got them all choked up. Biddy arrive into Pachinki, and the nearest to them is Alter Ego, as they're going for a little bit of a long-range
Battle of the Giants.
Potato, as well as Logan goes head-to-head.
It's always fun seeing these two teams just knock heads. They're so aggressive in very different ways. Seeing them how exactly they want to take these fights is always so fun. Regardless for Geek Fam right now, I think the problem that they have is that there's so many teams in front of them. Like it or not, if they want to push forward, they have to pass, I believe it was BCE. It was also, I don't remember the other team. I think it was AE. Sorry, TEM. But VPE already getting a knock onto a player of AE with Ponby already very, very low. I'm really liking this abuse of these little tiny micro angles that they have.
Overall, the Vampire Esports were smart enough to take that small check over to the south side. And that's kind of on Alter Ego as well. They were so occupied towards taking a little bit more of a shot against the team that was close by to the Pachinki town. But they didn't really check their 6 though. And that is what happens when you are not all too alerted. Now shots fired by the side of Yen as they're by the top stake ditch of Gatka.
I have a curious question for you. So usually in this kind of situations, I wouldn't want to play in there just because it's a bit lower ground. But what do you think is the reason they chose that area?
It's a temporary pit stop. And just look at the circle. It moves into Pachinki. Is this another urban finish? I do wonder, but DX would be directly in the center, taking over the church, where they do have a lot of advantages to work with. Vampire Esports, they're moving into the areas of the warehouse, and look at that, there's also a crate, and with the crate usually indicates even the upcoming circles as well. 4 Rivals could be able to challenge some of these members of Vampire Esports.
I really want to see that, because just on the last map, I was questioning that the decision-making when they were just rushing through and ended up getting exploded there. So now I really want to see them take proactive measures to make sure that either they decide to take a longer route for that rotation or challenging these teams, because they are not going to make it out alive like they do in Malaysia. That is a little bit more, I would say, less aggressive in terms of when they want to cross. But look at Geek Fam right now, just taking their time, slowly moving in. They have one whole area covered, which means that they can make sure that if anyone was coming in from 2 different sides, they're going to be safe. But Infinity already on the aggressive, Capone getting knocked out, and immediately the points will be stolen by Buriram United.
From United, very swift to take action right there, and then Geek Fam earlier were just being cut off by TEM. Both sides not looking to give way. The DDD, they're also scouting out ahead as they're all by the outskirts as they're finding ways to cut in from the side of ruins. DBD, they don't really want to spend more time. Just look at the damage by the blue zone. It's just hurting so much. So everyone's got to get out of the way. For Rivals, we saw them being very close to the warehouse where they were trying to corner up Vampire Esports, now getting attacked by TEM. And TEM's just taking so many fights from all corners.
Because they have the full advantage
They
of
picked
this.
BPE,
Exactly.
Geek Fam, DBD, 3 at once.
They are eating every single thing that they can see. It's a buffet for them when you think about it. They have all the advantage in the world. They have windows in every single area, providing them instant cover. As for Geek Fam, all they have is this small terrain as well as the trees and smokes. And I'm really, really worried for them because I don't know how many smokes they have in total and whether or not it's enough for them to push forward, because in front of them it's just all open areas.
That's right. Well, inside the city, we still see Infinity by the upcoming phase as Geek Fam running out in the open. There's more attacks coming away, and also the blue zone to worry about. TEM still stuck by the corners here, so they are taking too long to move, and TEM just needing to find ways to move to alternative routes. But you see Anson's coming over a long pot shot with a mini 14, takes one member down. And that's going to be Yuhai.
Oh
Dameron getting shot as well. Anson again. 2 members down from the side of Geek Fam. All because of this player that has been able to tag them up. Now he's going for Micah. Can he actually take everybody out with that mini 14? Thankfully, there is a smoke. He will be able to go in for a little bit more cover. Geek Fam trying to go in for resuscitation. Grenades now being cooked up coming in from Sozip. Can he actually get it though? But here comes Box Gaming crashing in against BPE.
Look at how aggressive Break is, but Break will be the one going down. That's a very cheeky corner he played. Schweppes with the sprays from the other building, just waiting and biding his time. So as pushing forward, wants to get the revive on his teammate. Don't think that will be a push for the other team. Regardless, look at how aggressive Stone is. He pushes up, he's chasing, he still gets one in the end, gets the knock. He is not scared at all. Fluke from the bottom side here. They want to push up, and I'm really liking this aggression, this choke situation where it's so hard for you to rotate or turn around, because everywhere you look, there is a member of VPE.
And VPE, they defend so well. Box Gaming, they hope to basically overwhelm them by surprise, but they just have grenades for days. And now it's only down to Bensu though. Soaz doesn't have much health to actually work with. He's going to climb upwards. But what could they possibly get out of this?
Oh my god.
EM, they spend too much time out of blue. They get eliminated. Only 3 takedowns overall as they hope to basically bring Geek Fam down with them. But that hope has been lost. Rabbiz now takes down Schweppes. 1 member down from the side of VPE. Look at Infinity. They're just waiting by the hills. And this fight for the middle of the pack, where this only compound that they stand on is that golden real estate that could basically be a game-winning fight if they were to win anybody inside of the shack.
Look at Tunny throwing in that nade. Surprisingly, AE is still alive, but look at this 3-way fight coming through Infinity from the backside. But Lamborghini does find Schweppes. You did see that. Rabbiz, you know that he just got 1 knockdown. Frankie from the other side. I'm liking this sort of spread coming in from DX. It's very, very safe, enough to cover one another, but Box and VPE still stuck in one building, as though they are boxed inside. See what I did there? Regardless, for Fluke, he wants to try and push up toward Box, but Box is not allowing it, and here comes a knock onto Bensu. Logan from the outer side wants to push out Fluke. He does get 1 knock, and now he's aggressively pushing forward, and it's going to be the end of that team with 0 eliminations as VPE, and surprisingly, Alter Ego is eliminated with no kills at all.
Vampire Esports, they did so much just to walk out without anything at all. Even Box Gaming gets taken off, and that play seems to be cursed in such a way for Rivals on the outskirts, taking on Bacon Time. Ice is now getting tagged as well. Voki with a great recovery for the team, but Bacon Time is not done yet. They do have the factor in hand. Surprisingly enough, vector of all weapons in the middle of the field, and they are barely getting into the circle. That grenade will tip onto the side of Nine Noise. Yoodo Alliance on the other end as well. Voki's going to be able to pick up the kill onto Isis, and the Infinity now bounce out. 8 plays, 6 elimination points, and the they continue to go on a streak.
Rabbids is on fire right now, but Noisy, the final member, still alive for Bacon time. He wants to go for that, just that placement points. He is just outside in the blue, taking in so much pressure. For 4 rivals, 3 kills already is looking so good for them as they do find the last member. But look at Buriram, already 5 eliminations. They are dominating as 4 rivals make it up to the top 5 right now. They are showing the potential and finally finding their momentum.
Well, I gotta say that they have been playing very calculated in such a way that they are not really risking all too much. A lot of all the other teams were also moving in from ruins rather late as compared to 4 rivals, who's been trolling at the members of Vampire Esports. They are not the ones to rush, just like what Box Gaming did. And 4 rivals now spot out by Buriram United. Tiger X marking onto the side of Voki, while SLD on the lower down against the rest of Geek Fam, who has only got 2 members to work with. Same could be said about SLD until they get the recovery done. Rabbids yet again. This time he does get the knock onto from Buru. Kenzo secures the kill instead. So that number has been stolen by the side of the BRU. DX now knows the other team's location. What they gonna do about it?
Pushing up. But no response from Geek Fam just yet, but April does get picked up by Kengzu. Regardless, 2 nades come up towards Snipes' side. None of them are going to be hitting, but Buriram United taking the very aggressive approach. But here comes Voki, the aggression coming through, giving him a lot of pressure. Kengzo has to reposition right now, but he does get picked up as we Tiger instead. But Voki doing really well, but he does get eliminated. 3 eliminations at 5th point place is really good for 4 rivals. But for Damrude, he does get spotted out here from Lamborghini, shot from the other side. Rabbids will be the one to finish his friend's work as finally Damrude going back to the lobby.
Now with only 4 more teams left, SLD find themselves into the top 4. Though not much points have been garnered from eliminations, it's going to be Kangzo here that has 10 for themselves. As it wiped out some of these teams, such as 4 rivals on the other corner. SLD now on the approach, but they will be spotted out by Snipe, who's hoping to connect the shots. But my word, this 2-2 split yet again. The strategies of SLD have been doing wonders for the team. My name, Ego. Has to go in with a jump shot. Takes one of the members down. Won't be able to get that revive throughout. BRU with the most numbers. DX inside of the warehouse. My name will bring that Molotov to action. Burns 1 member alive, and SLD now down with only 2.
SLD also does not have control of the circle. Look at Buriram United on the top side, full control of the top side. And for the southern side, it's going to be DX. So the question now is where exactly the circle will be favoring in the end. But SLD, they're getting pressured very well by BRU. It's so hard to move inside. Like it or not, they're either going to eat those bullets or be eaten by the blue zone. It's not a great situation for them as Frankie will be moving forward. You can see that Rabbids does pick up 1 more. Rabbids has been doing great work today. He's getting so many frags. SLD now to the last member. It's going to be just Smeb waiting and buying time.
Rabbids just doing so much damage in this round. Frankie also supplementing on top of that. Well, Buriram United now face off against this challenge. SLD will be almost a non-factor as their map hiding all alone. And Rabbids is also marking onto the area of play. And this is due just spotting some of all these players out. Kangzo next one to bow out. 3v2v1. Now, it all fortunes the bold, and that bold team will be DX.
DX has been really good. This compound has given them so...
7 eliminations.
So much. Yeah, Rabbids has been getting those multi-frags, and this Dacia will be giving him so much speed, but it's gonna eventually just explode, and he just gets knocked out just like that. Equalizing the situation at least for the 2 versus 2. It's going to be really hard for them to push out to get him up again, so it's going to be the end of Rabbids, at least for now.
And he was forced into that position because of the circle that shifted upwards, and Buriram United gets a little bit of upper hand. One of the members will have to reposition into the circle as well. The Savior, they can basically snuck tight into that area of play. Now they do spot Tiger running in, 1-for-1 trade. And now let's see whether it's My Name Pete or Frankie is pushing forward. He does bring that UMP and he does try to stretch him open. And only one tick of help left for the side of My Name Pete. Grenade now cooked up. My Name, he's trying to heal up and he's gonna throw it right in the front. Damage being done. And Frankie, he knows that this is gonna be a great trade if he does it just in the nick of time. Now, My Name, he tries to push inwards, and he's only have so little time on top being thrown out. Blue Zone's coming in. Frankie, he does not have the advantage. He's slowly being chipped off. What a play coming out from My Name P. Buriram United might have actually outsmarted him, but this is the final first 8 that he can utilize. So little room left. This 1v1 may just turn to 1v2
Getting the
if there's
revive as
enough
well.
time.
My Name P pushing up. He's not afraid, but now these sprays come through. He has no clue where exactly they are. There's only one place for him to be, but Buriram United still gets it in the end.
What on earth? The push coming from My Name P. He got it just in time. And look at the big brain plays. The tactical approach coming in from Buriram has finally paid off. They will work for this moment, and they will be the ones that will have the most points secured in Erangel, and they continue to do so.
This is insane. That grenade, that molly is just so good for the zoning. They're not able to push out. All he had to do was just pressure them so they can't move forward. They didn't have to do anything.
The timing was insane.
We've seen these 1v1s happen yesterday and today. We wanted it and we got it with Buriram United getting a chicken dinner out of that. So let's have a look at that game again. I think
there's too many great things that happen.
There's too many great things.
Like,
One
especially
is
with this Yummy play.
This is insane.
Yeah, he gets all these kills with the S10 shotgun. Like, Yummy, she's not supposed to even get these things. Look, this itself, okay, this was a freebie. Put that aside. But this fight, though, he has lesser health than Initial, and he only needed that one tap. And after that, it was fishing time for him, baby.
I think what's great for him is just that movement that he's been doing. How he utilized that weapon is also can be said in his movement. He knows very well how exactly to take these sort of CQCs, and it worked out so good. But I think the rotation is in this game. We're finding these situations once again where everyone is just funneled into one different area. We're seeing multi-teams take these fights. And surprisingly, the revival of 4 rivals, where it's actually just so good seeing them surviving all the way till the top 5.
Yeah, and I guess like that patience have paid off for the team, but Buriram United definitely had all our jaws dropped wide open with some immense tactical play. Look at Tiger, right? He pushes outwards and he managed to go in for that 1-for-1 trade. And he timed it so well. We saw the Molotov dropped in, sure, but he knew it takes like what, close to 10 seconds for that revive, and he was banking on it. He was spamming those corners and hoping that Frankie would eventually pay attention and challenge him man-to-man. And look what we have, Buriram United. They walked away with everything, and we thought it was DX that could basically pull through.
DX has been great with that, I think, that warehouse. The problem is, I think, that if he were to pay attention on that one-on-one instead of reviving his teammate, it would have been a whole different story because they got stuck in that little corner where if they go into blue, they were both dead. Regardless, 14 eliminations from Buriram United. This is what we usually see from them time and time again, giving them a total of 29 points. But DX as well is insane. Look at that, 24, only 5 points behind. And for the rest, it's not even close to 20, which really shows that in this sort of match, how dominating DX and BRU has been.
That's right, and everyone was left biting the dust with only scrap points out there. Sure, we have SLD, Geek Fam, as well as 4 rivals getting the higher numbers out of the rest. And of course, Rabis, we're seeing him going quite hard against everybody else that tries to climb over the top of the kill or even get anywhere close to the warehouse.
Got multi-frags.
He just stopped everybody on the tracks, and that's 7 elimination points, and that's basically what he needed to basically chase upon some of all these other MVPs that have been securing it too much.
I think what's really great about Rabbids is the point that he was able to secure 2 to 3 kills at one time. His praise has been absolutely insane. His recovery as well in terms of the reload and getting those frags again has been really good. But Infinity still maintaining first place, and look how far they are away from DX now, who is now in second place. CM, FaZe as well as AE now dropping down, but BRU, look at that, with just 1 chicken dinner and that insane amount of points, shooting up all the way to 6th place. But Geek Fam, I think that they're the masters of maintaining their position. For a long time, even though they're not getting high frags or high amount of chicken dinners, they're still maintaining that 7th place because they are still at least getting points each round. So, I mean, as we said, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. Little by little does become a mountain, and that's exactly the mindset for Geek Fam, and they're only 1 point away from their objective, which is 100 points.
That's right, and definitely by the end of this week, they will definitely have probably even 150 to be projected overall, and there's just more to look forward to other than these teams. But the past couple of matches, we see that #1 spot has been contested so many times.
It's been changing hands.
It's been changing
hands. The top 4, I feel.
Yeah, and same could be said about the middle of the pack where there's a lot of shift overall. So let's take a look at the matchup in particular where we see Buriram United, they dropped right into the corners of Mansion as well as Prison, and for them to get towards that area of Pochinki, they were further away as compared to the other top 4 teams, but they moved into the far east side of Pochinki and cut their way in towards the northern end. And DX, they were basically dictating the tempo of this matchup because they have 2 split over the church, another 2 split into the warehouse, until they decided, okay, the warehouse is the best place to be.
It's a bigger area to cover, which allows them that breathing space and movement as well. So it's not as easy to actually pinch a warehouse compared to just a normal compound. Now, if you see here, actually 4 Rivals had a really great advantage. They did take a little bit of a longer calculated, I say, rotation, but the idea in mind is that that terrain will give them a lot of value. They did get some eliminations from that, but weren't able to hold on to the end because we saw that pressure coming in from Buriram United as well as SLD toward them. Now, if you see how DX actually played this sort of split from them has been great because they get that cross. But for Buriram United, I think because the aggression and they were feeling really good after getting all those frags, we see My Name P not only playing this very, very aggressive stance, it's 300 IQ as well as timing put together, which really shows how intricate his micro play on his own can be compared to a macro play with his team. And this shows, and this is why he's on Buriram United.
Yeah, and like, he just knows exactly what to do. And of course, he's got big advantage of play. You know what can give you a big advantage of play? With the official smartphone partners, Realme, they present to you the GT Neo 3 and Neo Speed Awakens. When you do get this phone in hand, I assure you, you get multiple chicken dinners because the dual chip gaming level flagship boasts its outstanding power efficiency, and it's all thanks to the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. And first, they have 2 chipsets. It comes with a dedicated display chipset as well. It promises you guys seamless gaming and an immersive experience. So,
but you know what else has immersive experience?
What's that?
Snacking while watching PMPL. Yeah!
I love it.
I know! I'm always thinking about food. So GrabFood has been my go-to app, and I'm really excited for you guys to try it out. So for new users, you guys can use the code PUBGM for 50% off. So go get it, scan this code right over here for you guys to take your snacks. You know why I changed my mind? For tonight, since it's Friday night, I would really like to get some boba. Boba is the best. And then you get yourself some fries and maybe a burger. So very good. So while you guys order, we're going to be taking a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to go to Erangel one more time. See you guys later!
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GTDO3, New Speed Awakens.
Once again, you are watching the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. It's your boy Contra and of course your girl, Cash Bunny. This is the last match that you're currently watching for Day 3, and tomorrow we'll be having more new faces that will be joining you on the desk. But for now, of course, bear with us once again for another round of Erangel.
You know what? I can't believe it's already the last game of the night. It always feels so fun casting with you that time moves pretty fast.
Ah, that's sweet. Yeah.
But anyways, guys, today will not be possible without our smartphone partner, official smartphone partner, Realme, with the world's fastest growing smartphone brand, introduces its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3, which is the phone right in front of us, right over here. And I think it looks really, really good. But let's talk about the most eliminations we've seen in this game. It's gonna go to Rabbids with his multi-frags, which has been insane. My name P has been insane with those pushes and the pressure, and Yummy, oh my god, Yummy, I don't know what to say. Like with the weapon, with the shotgun to the face, is the best feeling to get in a CQC.
Yeah, and of all weapons, the S1014 have been able to annihilate the entirety of GB. So let's take a look at the damage being done as well. Rabbids undoubtedly has the most, but Yummy though, with that shotgun, you're telling me it did 631?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, Yummy, can you show us how you move with that weapon? It's all in the movement.
You gotta pay to watch him how to move.
That sounds... You know what? We're going to talk about this after, because now is the final match of the night. ACDE with no Group B. With no Group B means no Infinity. They take a break, which means that their first place spot can go down. No BN, no Baonam, no Alter Ego, and no Yoodo Alliance. You know what's surprising to me?
What's that?
A bit quiet from Yoodo Alliance tonight.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance. I think like in Miramar matches, they were doing relatively well.
They're alright.
When it comes down to the rest of the match, like they weren't heavy contenders into the matchup. And therefore, I guess like early day stress for him to go in for a reset is something that's pretty important to prepare for the weekend. Is this Friday night has been pretty awesome with all of you guys out there. Well, make sure you support your favorite team once again. Now, I believe that we do have a couple of things to talk about before we get into the matchup. If you guys want to have a whole lot of fun, go ahead and experience the new tactical crossbow in Nusa. You can burn down buildings if you want. You can zip line across buildings if you want. And of course, just a 1 kilometer map. I've never thought they will release such a small map in PUBG Mobile.
They want it to be as chaotic as possible when you think about it. Regardless, we also have some cosmetics for you guys, starting off with the new Royale Pass, which has the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. I think it looks really cool. It's very luxurious. It's very a statement skin in the game, which really shows that you are just so hardworking to unlock the Royal Pass.
That's right, and of course, the pass is available now. You can grind with your friends to unlock all these great goods for yourself. And if you don't really have that much time to grind, but you really want to get something cool, you can get your hands on the Element sets here. Right before your screen is a Spectral Swan and Cosmic Inquisitor set.
I think what's really great about the Ultimate sets is because it really shows that how much effort and I say detailing put into the skin, which really shows that how much worth it is. If there is one thing you should also be worrying about, it's going to be worrying about joining the PMCC 2022 with a 40,800 ringgit prize pool. This is the second qualifier and the last chance to join the PMNC 2022. You can register now, and all you have to do is just scan this QR code on the page.
That's right, and of course, there's no other chance but now. Go ahead and sign up for the second qualifier for the PMCC. Who knows, you walk away with good money that could help you with your college funds.
Or you could buy yourself some games, get the new Ultimate skin.
Get a new phone.
Yeah, get a new phone. The new GT Neo is always there for you. But you know what else you can get? This really cool car from PUBG Mobile as the collaboration with Vasilias.
That's right, you can go full turbo mode as with cruise speed. It's, of course, coming along with Real Attitude on their first original PUBG Mobile vehicle. So with that being said, first, it's time for it to predict for one last time to close out the night before we hit into the matchup. So who's it gonna be?
Gonna be SLD for me. I'm really liking the underdog story from SLD, and even though to date we didn't really see them get the chicken dinner yet, surprisingly they've been extremely consistent. They would at least make top 5, and in a lot of situations they do get the elimination points as well.
And you look at SLD, I don't think it's even fair to even call them underdogs, right?
No.
Like, they're on that first pager, and they've been doing relatively well now. Geek Fam has already gotten that 100-point radius mark. I want to see them close off the night here with even higher points, maybe double that amount that they have set for themselves. So with that being said, of course, we're preparing ourselves for our final game of the night. So predictions aside, I think like realistically when we look at some of these numbers, Buriram United, man, that insane. I think that's something that we can't get over. And on top of that, that solo play by Yummy.
That was so exciting. That particular match just
those
now.
Solo matchups.
Yeah.
Too much.
We've seen a lot of solo matchups this week, and we've also seen some really insane 2v4s, 1v4s even. I think the way Yummy played it was just so good, not allowing the double swings to happen, and because he had that weapon, it really helps to isolate. You can't double swing him at all.
It's time for us to move forward to a new dawn, a new day, a new life, and of course, that sounds familiar, but let's go back into Erangel. And of course, with this being the final match of the evening, all the teams are set to play it all out. It will be, of course, one of the groups that will be taking an early rest for the evening, and that itself will see majority of all the other teams here.
No way! I can't believe. No way! What's your reaction? I mean, you heard mine.
I was onto my point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I mean, we've seen this multiple times before.
Not to work. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So, calm down, girl. Almost good. Most of these teams will have a little bit more struggle to secure their ground spot for sure, but to get those vehicles, yeah, they have to fight for it. So this is the only major issue that teams will have to adapt to. Geek Fam, they're going to the island for the first time.
It's been so long since we've seen them go into SMB, and I think they are suspecting that the circle might be there. I wouldn't be surprised if it has. This southern flight path, recurring flight, I don't know why, but I feel like maybe the pilot has an ongoing love story with a lady who lives at SMB.
Lady.
Yes, but oh my god, the circle went to the opposite side. What a suck. If say Box decides that, oh, maybe we should gatekeep the bridge, would see a different story. But for now, BAC, Curtis is just laughing like, haha, I got the car, guys. Not laughing for long though, because he's taking a lot of damage there, running away with his life. Thankfully, that gun is not good enough for these long range, and Curtis will still be laughing though.
Well, not much can be done out there for Ego Esports as they don't really have all too many items for them to work with. But Amstel almost crashes upon that player. And Ego Esports count their blessings as they will have Chua surviving. Found himself the Micro Uzi as well as the M16. As Bacon Time will move all the way up towards the north side of George once again. And that was also with tags landed upon them. Couldn't get themselves that freebie. Amstel been having a lot of damage to offer per round, usually securing close to at least 1 pointer per round. And then, of course, averaging that, you get 0.8. Not all the time they do have a good run whatsoever, but DX, Frankie, as well as what we've seen coming in from the main superstar of DX, have just put so many of all these hefty points back on the side of DX's favor. But it was BRU that has been the ones that have celebrated and become the talk of the town with that chicken dinner.
One more point to get Geek Fam. the 100 points. Well, at least for Friday. Perhaps since we have another 2 days, maybe another 100. Why not? Get it 200 by the end of the week.
Honestly, 100 points in 2 days, achievable.
Very, very achievable.
But it is also very difficult as you look at the circumstances of the competition thus far. Most teams, rather than not, on a good day, they get about 35 points.
Yeah.
On a better day, they can secure 60
40?
points.
60? Really? Wow.
On the best day, say you get 3 chicken dinners, you count it out. I mean, the max that each team could get
per round
could be 4. You know, like 4 chicken dinners. I don't think that we've seen any thus far in the tournament.
No, probably just like 2 in a day, perhaps. That's been the average. Like, I think the most we've seen recurringly.
But we've seen in even prior competitions back in the days.
Yeah.
There was a day with teams like Bigatron Aliens or even Arceotina to back 3 to 4 chicken dinners. Like, imagine every round you play, you win.
Yeah.
It's just, that time, I remember it was the peak moment for Luxy, Zuxy, Microboy, as well as Ryzen.
Oh man,
where
I
they won
missed
every
them.
single game. Of course, the roster have changed. They had a lot of things to deal with in order to get into their prime form yet again. This time, not making it into the Southeast Asia League is something that not only you do miss, but a lot of fans have missed.
I think one thing that's really rough about some of these teams, like sometimes they have great synergy together, but they don't necessarily have the best results. And then when shuffles happen, I think a lot of people like to speculate because in a team organizer's mind, what exactly do they want to take in mind when they want to make this super team of theirs? How do they know that each player would have the synergy? And how long does it take for these teams to actually build a synergy and trust to one another?
Of course, it does take a lot of time. Sometimes, no matter how much you try to force it, how much you try to gel the members all together, certain players have different ways of looking at the game, different type of approaches, different types of execution. As a team manager, you're in charge of putting every pieces of the puzzle all together. And if it doesn't work out, you know, like you just got to make changes here. Tony K just
That's
wants
the
a little
first
bit of
time
fresh
seeing
breath
that.
of air. Yeah, first for Tony K on the bike, but I think I've seen a couple of that before a couple of days ago, where there was like being united by the shorelines where Vampire Esports closed out the match.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were on that bike the other day.
I love the bikes.
Still very risky play. I mean, no covers, not the vehicle with the most speed, and you just gotta keep tapping, and tapping. So, a little bit impractical for the likes of many. Box Gaming, though, today, see them get quite a significant amount of points, but Semnine has been able to put more of these numbers back.
Their survivability has been a little bit better today for Semnine. I saw it twice in a row, I believe, that they managed to get that top spot.
Indeed.
It's been really good. It's a good day for them compared to the
even
rest.
better for Boom Esports.
It really is. Honestly, Yummy, what the heck was that?
Like, this team, you know, like, you think they're just at the bottom of the standings, they're down in the gutter, that they're not going to fight, and today is where all the bees claw their way back up. Now sitting at 13 on these standings. Of course, overall is something that we'll have to take a look by the end of the day. NFT Esports have themselves split onto 2. It's still going to take a while before anybody cuts into this section. And I believe this to be over onto the island side. NFT Esports usually waiting around on that Nova Ripnoy station. But there's nothing to catch her. Oh, who's that? Oh.
Look, he's doing a little dance. He's doing a little dancey dance.
Moves. Come on, little...
No! I want one.
You play the game enough, you deserve one.
Played enough, okay? I should get one. You know, I should tweet out at Boom Esports. They love these kind of like materials for memes. Their Twitter account is just hilarious. And I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see this clip later. And I'm wondering if you could put a caption for that for that play by Yummy just now? What you put?
I don't know. I go as simple as Yum Yum.
Yum Yum.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. But you know what else is Yum Yum? This damage coming in toward my name P. Who's shooting at them? Oh, there they are. It's Sem9. Wow. Seeing them proactively taking shots is making me really happy because it felt like before they were very passive, just waiting. I want them to make things happen, grab destiny in their hands, and make these plays come to them like we used to see.
Yeah, and I would want to bring back to one of the battles that they had. Sem9 has been able to overrun Buriram United yesterday.
Was it
around the prison where they just absolutely wiped out Buriram United in the early game. Well, that time you have to use the lose, so...
Yeah, oh man. I wanted to say that, you know, the confidence is there for Sem9. It just needs a little bit more of a, I would say, a motivational talk, right? Pep talk.
I feel like it's a little bit more than that. Like,
what else do you give them?
Refinement.
Refinement?
I mean, I can't give it to them. Like, there's nothing that we can do to give it to them, right? Like, they have to earn it.
Yeah.
So, it's more of the sort of approach where they're playing rather slowly as compared to what they do back in their local league, where they like to go into the middle, they like to go pick up fights, and we're not seeing any of that. It's a very big shift of their playstyle that they're used to, and I guess they're still adapting to those changes that they've decided. And it's not necessarily the worst of case.
It's true. I wanted to say and add on to that. It's more of like adapting sometimes when you're playing the local league for so long. Switching up to it when you play with another country, another region. It's I would say it's a very, very tough way to change your mindset when you're so used to it. And I'm really liking the fact that finally Sem9 has found this kind of middle ground, trying to figure it out. And I have a feeling that every night for Sem9, they're re-watching their VODs, trying to figure out where exactly they went wrong, and if each approach they take is actually giving them value. And today, I think that them playing a little bit more proactive, taking the longer rotations without being a little bit too aggressive to take up space has been really great. I think like one point about it just now is that they still managed to get the circle, but they weren't able to win the gunfight. Now all they need is a little bit of firepower in terms of their team fights, and I think it'll be a lot better for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can be said, but they'll just have to prove themselves overall. I guess there is many things to factor in as well when we look at the usual lifestyle of some of all these players out there. Some of them have to fulfill live streaming hours and
some of them are still goes to school still.
Yeah, some of them do. Actually, not everyone out there. Mampong definitely doesn't go to school anymore.
He's a veteran.
Yeah, and the point is that you look at Geek Fam, this team have sure focus. None of these guys need to spend all too much time on, you know, social media and such. They just have that sure focus. Your goal is to win. You do whatever it takes to win. And first, we just want to see those teams with that right set of mentality to basically put it all the way forward and DX. Now, at least in this matchup, they are the #1 team, and they have been able to score sky high in the past couple of rounds. I think like this is one of the best opportunity for them to seize the moment on the very final round. If it was a chicken dinner, then they will be able to basically make the cut to be the best team of the weekdays.
TEM as well has had really great run this week. Positioning wise has been so good, but look at this aggression coming in from Sem9. I am absolutely in love with this because look at their positioning. They have to take these fights from the top side to go down southern. And wow, toward hospital side, it will be a problem there, but it's going to be NFT that will be continuing the fight with Sem9, already knocking one out of the way, setting him straight off.
And Box Gaming has the best of positioning. Same goes to FaZe Clan that is taking over the top side of Mount Gatka. It could be the battle for the hills, and FaZe Clan immediately books the spot. And one chicken dinner could basically send them back into that #1 spot as well. Remember, the teams that are currently at the top 4 have equal chances here to fight for #1. Sem9 now moves into North George, and this is going to take a while before they decide where exactly will be the best spot Now they did see a crate over onto the ruin sector. Well, not exactly ruins, but the borders right on the cover. And Ego Esports now getting peppered as Ego Esports will just have all the members focusing on driving into the southern side.
A little bit better for them to just rush there, but look at 4 Rivals now taking up FaZe Clan. This is huge because this is the battle of the terrain. Now the question is whether or not 4 Rivals can overcome this, because we know that they are a little bit struggling this week. And as for them, I think they're going to go a little bit backwards just to give some space. But I'm a little bit concerned. If they give up the top side here, means that they give up the high ground advantage. But at the same time, NFT peppering Buriram United as My Name P in trouble, stuck behind the tree. His teammates nowhere to be seen right now as Vafel getting shot from the other side. That's his teammates finally here to give the support.
NFT comes in from every single angle to take on Buriram United. My Name P was the one that have been able to bring back to chicken dinner in the past round. Now stuck in a really precarious situation. Just having only smokes to cover up. The rest of Buriram United is nowhere to be seen to help out. But there is the Tigers that's lending help this time around. NFT slowly coming. Putra goes in for the push upwards. They're going into the blue zone as well. NFT will have Batman driving by. It's not going to be working all too well. Now it's down to Batman versus Lord Harm. Putra tries to actually get picked up. Instead, he does get the heal up. 2 versus 1. Sam9 will eventually get a little bit more of a room here for a breather. But Batman, though, he's pushing upwards. 2 versus 1. He's getting stretched slowly. And Sam9 not decisive enough. There is a little cover ground coming from the buggy, but the last shot comes in from Putra. And that will seal the deal. Sam9, 4 points.
I was so worried for Sam9 in that situation. But for now, 4 Rivals as well as FaZe Clan is met with TEM. And now there's a sandwich for 4 Rivals. They're getting shot at from 2 different areas here. You can see the movement from 4 Rivals just to give some support for teammates. But now, Zip is getting knocked out from the sideways, but Buriram, they find a member of Sam9 in return. This is not great because FaZe Clan is pushing forward. The aggression coming to Ventura is getting one already at the bottom side here. I don't know if he's aware. Right under him are 2 members of 4 Rivals, but he's going to be pushing his attentions to the side of TM. But here's Apple. He tries to make something happen. Didn't quite make it as he does go down in return. There's still 1 more member. I don't know if he's aware. Here's Apple, out and lobbied. Make that 2. Ventura is doing really good. Make it 3 as well as outside the Blazo used to Lord Harm going down. Now all FaZe has to worry about are just the members from the top side here. But here's Buriram United as well pushing up. This is insane. That's a 4-way as Ventura finally goes down to My Name P.
My Name P now getting himself a little bit of advantage. And he throws the grenade. A happenstance for FaZe Clan. And that has left only Tony K alive. Buriram United now with the upper hand. What can he do though? It's Tony K.
What a spray.
And all the Thai teams are climbing up this hill. Foreman comes in to clean up shop. And Tony K, he still is alive. Prevails with all that aggression. Buriram United, they take the last laugh. Tony K's down, but the nades are falling in. And Buriram United left with 1 as well.
Here comes TM.
How the tables have turned.
TM is just so aggressive, but 4 Rivals. Here's Api playing very, very quiet. But Buriram United also goes down just now, as mentioned. Sam9 on the top side here. Clash of Malaysians on one side. Sam9 is the sandwich at this point. But if you see down here, Bevy is pushing up. He is very aware there's more people on this terrain, but no clue where exactly they are. Putra as well as Lord Harm, the last 2 players alive for Sam9. They want to push up, but have no clue where the other members are.
It's surprising to see Appy one that was alive, and Putra now getting surprise attack from the back. Appy brings 1 back. Lord Harm with so little health. This is gonna be pretty bad for Harm, and he's being forced to even give way. Both sides of the Malaysian squads only left with 1 members apiece. None of them can take out the members of PEM. Speaking of which, Onsense goes in with an erratic spade. 6 times AK? We have not seen that in a while.
Oh, damn.
This man's absolutely crazy with this sort of equipment. And while we're going back into the side of DX, we see Boom Esports charging right in. Grenade flips. Duel goes down. Octa to bring in the M249 as they defeat the Titans of Vietnam DX.
Holy moly, Boom Esports' aggression has been so insane today. It's just doing so well for them. But here we go back to the battle of the terrain here. So Api still very, very much alive. We see Geek Fam meeting up against GID earlier. One member, ooh, that nade gonna get the damage onto Daybot. He sees him, sprays him, immediately sends him back. But his teammate was ready for the refrag as Alan waits on the outer side, protecting, giving that support. As Damrud, he's playing a little bit further behind, but it's a little bit hard because he can't pick up his teammate in return. It's going to be just him in the end as Alan saves Daybot and gets the revive. But here's Box as well. His attention is out on the team. He has no clue where exactly Damrud is, but he is very aware that GD is in the area.
Box Gaming just having the perfect angles against members of the side of GD. But now we have to focus on the ship of the circle. This may favor those upon a hill, but it's Bacon time to take that slow approach on the foothill alongside with Box Gaming, and therefore Geek Fam. Sure, they only have one member. This time, it's GD that will have to run past Damrud as well as Box Gaming. So there's not an easy route for the Indonesian squad. DB, however, will have a lot of room on that southwest corner as well. Ego Esports now climbing upwards. We'd love to see the King of the Hill matchup between some of these teams. 12 more remaining, only 36 more alive. While we have Box Gaming, who have secured themselves a compound of their own. But TEM remains to be unchallenged. Damrud now receives the nade. That's the last of Geek Fam.
That's really unfortunate. Not exactly the outcome they wanted, but look at Boom Esports. This aggression from Okta is looking so good. Now, I wanted to say that those on top of the terrain, you can see that there's a little bit more space compared to the bottom side. They can take their time to really kind of eliminate those on the bottom side. Regardless, SLD, even though he doesn't have the high ground, he still wants to challenge just to give a little bit of pressure to the top side. It's going to be Lord Harm that finds Api in the end. This is really good as they do finally get eliminated before rivals. And Sem9, they got what? How many? 5 elimination points. So good. Tuan K eats the nade. That's a lot of damage onto him. Reduced to only 50 HP. Wants to re-meet with his teammate. But Namshin trying to give that cover for his teammates. All this firepower from pressure from the top side from TEM is making it so hard for the reposition.
Namshin and the rest of Eagle Esports, they get just waited all out. Sem9 was overwhelmed by all these numbers, and that's a huge nade coming in. 2 members of GD all bow out. Benzu with the micro Uzi, and the rest of Box Gaming have been predicting this movement by the end of it all. GD has nowhere to run, but now even Box Gaming themselves are boxed right into this area. Daybot's the only one left though, but Box Gaming, they claim quite a number of points, but they do have some snatched out by Boom.
This is a very long, drawn-out fight on the top of the terrain. Here's Namshin trying to put that pressure onto TM, but they don't have the high ground. Hexas takes a lot of damage there from Vampires. Braze gets Fluke.
Sharp.
Great for them.
7 for Boom.
Ooh, that's so good. They want to come up on top. They don't want to end the week at the 16th spot. Regardless, Namshin trying to get the revive onto his teammate, but Mormon will be the one who's getting caught out here. Namshin very aggressive, end of the day will go down regardless. On Zenz, he's been doing so great today. Gets 1, make it 2.
Wow.
Can he get a 3? There's still one more at the bottom there, but GD does go down. He doesn't have the angles just yet. Twans in the blue zone wants to get the revive, and he's eating a lot of damage. This is so bad.
He resets the revive as well. Oh my goodness, it's going to take quite a while. And look at SLD. They're just slowly marching up. If they get a tiny pixel of a glimpse, it's over.
Oh my goodness. It does hit them. This is not good.
Lucky enough, he managed to pick up his friend. And it's not over just yet for the side of Eagle Esports. TEM, though, 9 points, and they remain to be at the top. They don't really have too much to worry about. SLD tries to suppress the rest of members of TEM. But Boom Esports, remember, they start off the day here with a chicken dinner back in Sanhok. They might even close the night here with a win, so long as they keep themselves healthy and alive. Majority of these teams here have, at the very least, 3 players to work with, and it's all about the calculations. When exactly to push, when exactly to use all these utilities to get into the circle, and Bambi have a lockdown onto the rest of Boom.
TM is playing it really smart. They're using this high ground advantage, but it's going to be Almstyle getting knocked out by Quant. Regardless, Mormon on the aggressive. He wants to get those picks, but Gosu finds Mormon, and you can see that Shirties also goes down. This is a slaughterhouse. How many players are trying to get down? But it's so hard as Break MVP takes one down here from the team of DBD. On Sense, trying to throw that smoke just to give Mormon a little bit of breathing space, trying to get that revive. But it looks like for BAC, they want to push up. But if he pushes up, it's very dangerous because right behind him is DBD. Yes, ISIS can see them as well. SLD as well. Yen also wants to push up. Look at this damage coming through from ISIS. He's pushing up. He's getting sandwiched from 2 different areas.
But look at all these angles, though. There is ISIS that can land a golden grenade. Same goes to DBD. Now there's the rest of SLD overwhelming the rest of DBD. And there's all about that smokes, but they can't really trade right back. That grenade clipped onto 2 of their members, one being knocked down. Octa still trading back against Boom.
No!
And oh my goodness, SLD, they're on fire. But literally so, they're having their health bar chipped off. Strong's all. He's not going to be able to do all too much. SLD held back, goes to now, cooks up a grenade. And DBD, they're just all being caged all the way up. Box Gaming with the final stand, drops those grenades. Boom, Esports tries to fend them off. DBD crashes off of the map. 5 more teams remaining in this map.
Look at Boom pushing up.
They're just driving around the corner, making time. They're going ring around the roses, and boom, they slowly falter.
Look at the pickup here, but Gosu putting the pressure onto Boom. TM already with 10 elimination points. But Boom is going to be getting that reset box at 4th place for eliminations. Gosu is just leaving nothing at all for them to move forward. Some explosions do happen, they do still stay healthy. 3 members still left alive for TM. The problem is right now they want to push down, but it's a little hard to push forward when the area over there is just so very open.
And this is advantage over on the side of Boom. They are on the lower ground. There's going to be a little bit of a hassle for the rest of TM to go down without being spotted out by the rest of the squad. The only thing about this is that SLD kept on purging Boom Esports, so they can't really make a move just yet. Onsens about to prime that grenade right down below. And even so, this is not going to give all too much of a result until they do get those knocks, though. Boom Esports now pushing it back. Pressures on the side of SLD, and they find one. Octa! True to smoke landed onto the members of SLD.
Through to the way of the Indonesian whip play. The aggression comes through, but Gosu changes his mind, wants to go for TEM instead. But look at how much circle control or area control that Boom has currently. Slowly but surely, they are taking the top side, but not moving too forward up, so they get clipped up from the top side. On Sense, he hears the gunfire. He does not spot anyone just yet, but look at the explosions coming through. He takes some damage. Yeah, he wants to push up. He still is very aggressive. Look at Yummy. Yummy is pushing forward as well. But Bevy, he finds one member of Boom. Immediately gonna hide behind the tree just to give himself a little bit of breathing space to be picked up. But look at the grenade elimination right now. Going toward Yummy is looking so good. One more. He primes it in. Does it hit is the question. But Bevy does find one more. Doesn't hit.
2 versus 2 versus 2 right now. TEM, they're stuck by the kill side. There's not much room left. SLD, they will have members being crushed by Onsens, but there will be shots being fired. Boom Esports, they're doing it. They get the 2 chickenairs by the end of the night. 1 more left. Bevy, he's hiding behind. They finally spot him out, but Yummy, he gets tagged. Octa working in tandem, and that will be it. Boom Esports closes the night. 2 chickenairs in a day.
It's looking so good for them. Rough start to the week, but at the end of the day, they finally figured out the Rubik's Cube on how to play this map and how exactly to balance out the aggression as well as positioning, not overextending and just waiting for their time. They know they don't have an advantage over TM with the high ground, but at the end of the day, what is on the top has to eventually go down.
That's right, Boom Esports, with their surgical plays, have been able to not only claw themselves up into their lifeline, but now are basically challenging everybody out there to say, I dare you to look down upon me. I dare you to fight me in this 4 versus 4. JD has crumbled, TEM has fallen, and now 2 chicken dinners in the day is the statement that Boom is giving to everybody else here in Southeast Asia.
You know what a statement is? Hello everyone, I'm back guys, you thought you've seen the last of me, but Sim9 as well has been doing some pretty good statement plays. You saw that they had to take FaZe Clan, they had to take BRU, they had to take 4 rivals, and they still managed to come out on top before they got eliminated. If I'm not wrong, they managed to have 5 eliminations before going down, and they even beat Geek Fam in terms of eliminations as well as survivability.
Indeed, 4 rivals were one of the early birds towards the Mount Gagco region, but there were so many Thai teams that were pressuring them that leaves only Appy behind, and Appy has survived for quite long until it was scouted out by Sep9. Box Gaming had this sort of ongoing pursuit against GD, and that has basically stopped the Indonesian side from moving along. The A-Bot was the last member standing, and after that, even getting scouted out, Box Gaming couldn't really push upwards after having a lot of the pressure coming in from Boom Esports and SLD as well. I think the only team that could have stopped Boom Esports, Boom itself, is SLD, and it's all thanks to Onsens that have annihilated them from this play itself.
Onsens is insane. Look at the game sense that he has in terms of his positioning. He knew who exactly to go for and who exactly has the highest chance of bringing him down. Haha, that's funny. You got me there. But the travel distance for these two teams this time has been pretty long, and I'm really curious to see what exactly it looks like. But for SLD and Box, I feel like for Box, this is one of their best games so far, because in terms of survivability and positioning, they finally figured it out. It took them 2 weeks, but it's great to see them up here because Box, as you mentioned before, they're a household name, and we really wanted to see them make a comeback.
Yeah, and I would say this week itself, on the weekdays, there's just a lot of Indonesian domination heading into each respective day, where they do take turns where we see basically every one of these guys have secured a chicken dinner of their own, right? And now 31 points for Boom Esports.
That's really high.
I think they're already in the first pager with this performance.
This is the highest points we've seen this week, 30. Because Geek Fam managed to get 30 during Sanhok on day 1. 31 is the highest so far. But look at how surprising this particular matchup is. BRU, VPE, Geek Fam, NFT, as well as DX, the teams that are out early with barely any points. Shocking. But for now, look at the MVP here on Zens. I'm not surprised. 47% team contribution is insane.
He's doing everything
it's
for
almost
TEM.
almost half the contribution us all him.
And again, you look at the performance of TEM today. It's the maintenance out of every individual out there. Like, they have such a great average. Second place, first place, third place, and once again, number 2. This is just what they wanted. They didn't even need to end the game with the chicken dinner. Now, Tony K, Nuzi, as well as Stone, I think these are the familiar faces that we've seen for many times already when you talk about the top 3 eliminators. But I believe that there's about to be new challengers ahead, because we've seen Rabbids today. He has performed out of his mind in the very first round. Erangel. Then they have Onsens, who I hope to see eventually on the list.
And
but
Yummy.
My oh my. Out of all these names out there, the only non-Thai player that has made the cut is Gosu of SLD.
I'm actually really happy to see him up here. You see how aggressive he is today and how much he is very in your face when it comes to those fights. He's not afraid to push up. And I think when you see SLD, if you see a 3-1 formation, it's going to be Gosu all alone. And he's been really on the ball when it comes to these backstabs as well as aggressive pushes.
And overall, I mean, there's just so much that we could talk about when it comes down to Tony K, Nuzi, Schweppes, as well as Stone. But you could even see, even when Vampire Esports, they're not exactly on the top of the standings. You have noticed that they have high average points, and now TEM will overtake the Infinity, takes that number 1 spot, pushes both Infinity as well as DX down. And my oh my, just take a look at Boom Esports. Boom!
From 40 plus.
11th place.
Exactly.
Because they need 4 more points to cut back the time, and they are tied with BN United.
It's insane to think that they started off the day, I think, with only 30 plus points. And now with 84. It's crazy. Coming out from the bottom all the way at the top. Literally the song. Now, can I sing the song again?
No singing.
Boom, boom.
No singing.
In my room. Boom Esports made a comeback. Let's go, boom, boom, boom. Thank you. That's all.
Yep.
But for now, I think that it's great seeing this because NFT went down, 2E went down, Yoodo Alliance Vampire, Boundum, it's actually so surprising. Even Geek Fam, I thought that they were the master of maintaining positions, even went down. This dramatic shift today has been absolutely insane, especially as you're not usually getting your usual central circle. Everything that you know will be tested. This is where you have to kind of figure out yourself how exactly I'm going to be tackling this very, very delicate and rough situations.
Exactly, right? And I think that there's a lot of things that, of course, can be answered overall. And when we're seeking for answers, let's also talk to the teams out here. And of course, please welcome on board one of the Malaysian teams that will be in the interview.
With us tonight, we have Sem9, SlideDD. Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm good.
All right, let's talk about Sem9's performance today. They had a huge increase in performance. Can you just share with us what exactly went down in terms of their mental to bring us to where they are today?
So basically, we're just trying to get our main target for this week should be top 8 because we are really down on our bonus point and we would like to make it to the grand final. So yeah.
Yeah, and of course, we've so little time left as well. This is probably 1 week and a half left, of course, with the weekend included. Is there sort of an inspiration that you draw from certain teams? Because today we see Boom Esports, they were also down from the bottom. They got 2 chicken dinners and they managed to shoot back up. So is there also something that gives hope to, all the players of Sem9 that you guys have been able to witness?
Yeah, so basically today's Boom's performance should be an inspiration because getting at this kind of level of competition, like getting that 10 points per game is actually hard to get. So anything that is above 40 points per day is good. So just imagine getting like 50 plus, I think. I think Boom gain around 50 plus points for today. It should be an inspiration for us. So yeah.
Yeah, and overall, of course, with so much pressure coming into the competition, is there something that you and the boys usually do just to, take your minds off from the tournament, maybe even for the slightest moment, or to get ready for the tournament itself? Is there a usual thing that all the boys do together?
Usually we're just hanging out together after the games or after the day because thinking about the games usually it's kind of depressing, to be honest, because the performance is not as expected. So we just kind of chilling out together, hang out together, maybe sing some songs, open some YouTube videos, and just just karaoke. Yeah.
Okay,
so sometimes we do that too. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, for you guys right now, what do you think is the biggest obstacle that you guys are facing?
For me, our biggest obstacle is we're kind of losing fights a lot, not a lot, basically all of our fights. So that is the main obstacle right now. We need to really try to step up in terms of our team fight because we need to start winning those fights if we want to get better. All
right. That's fair enough. I'm really excited to see what Sem9 can do coming into this weekend. Thank you so much for taking this interview with us, SlideDD, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, SlideDD. First, good luck. And that was SlideDD. It's always a pleasure to speak to him, and he was being absolutely honest on all the things that might be a plague to Sem9, and also we did see them basically having a certain improvement heading into this matchup. And if Boom Esports could have done it, there was to say that within the 2 days of this weekend itself, that they themselves could be able to seek similar glories as compared to some of the players of Sem9. So. Well, we're going to be looking at the rest of the recap of the matchup, where first we had TEM joining us, and they have already seen how Boom secured this matchup with such tenacity. And look at them go. They started off in Milta Power. That's usually this drop spot for Infinity. They cut into the farm, and that's where they took up that battle and secured those 4-pointers out there. And my goodness, they have one of the furthest rotations out of all the teams.
It's actually really insane how Boom Esports took this rotation. And every time they take a fight, it's just been so dominant from them in terms of how they kind of put teams into a chokehold, having someone to check behind them. The map awareness has been absolutely insane. Now, because of the flight path being so difficult, a lot of the top teams are having trouble trying to loot, trying to find their resources, vehicles. We saw early fights as well happening. Honestly, I'm not surprised. And a long, drawn-out fight actually happened on the top of the terrain, which I felt like it lasted about, 8 minutes or so. But we saw it's like first it started off with 2 teams, then 3 teams, then 4 teams, and then the other day maybe 5 teams all the way from the other side. I think what's really done here is that even though TEM had the advantage, Boom stayed away from the area of peripheral from TEM, forcing them to come down before finally taking the fight to them. And I'm really enjoying seeing this sort of big brain plays coming in from Boom. We saw that happen from Buriram United as well. I'm really hoping that we see more.
That's right, and of course there's going to be more happening tomorrow night as well when you join us for the weekend run of the PMPL SEA Championship Fall 2022. So of course, Tash, I think today we got so many amazing chicken dinners.
We did.
And I think we're just looking forward to what we have for the final few matches of the week before we kick off with week 3. So that's all from us, Contra as well as Tash Bunny as your casters for tonight. Tomorrow we'll be joined by another pair, so make sure you tune in, and of course we'll see you guys next time.
Bye-bye, everyone!